Hey, what's up, guys? Let me know if you guys can actually hear me at all. Black Francis, what's going on, my man? I gotta try and get to where I can actually scroll through these comments. Steve, what's happening, my friend? What's so funny is I tried doing these, going through the set up this live stream hours ago. And what's so funny is what it did is it actually put, it like started a stream privately and then just ran by itself. So I end up using the Surface Pro. And what's funny is right now it's actually cutting off some of the comments. Thank you, Ro. I appreciate it. I need to find out. Hold on, I got to get into these. RL HDR. Thank you, brother. I appreciate it. Whoa, just lost you guys for a second. Let's get out of that. So it's so funny on my end, what it does, it actually, hey, Benny, what it ends up doing is it actually ends up cutting off part of the screen. So when you do this in practice, oh, there it is. Oh, there's the bar. Okay. Here we go. All right. So we got 27 people in here. Christopher Charles is in the house. Christopher, I believe, is probably at work. Christopher Charles, how are you, mate? You got the Masterpiece. I have the Masterpiece Megatron and Shockwave. Chris just picked up RC and Starscream. Black Francis, how are you? Brandon Lee, my boy, is in there. Ray Berry, what's happening? Steve Smith, my boy. Ro, IRL, HDR. Benny, how are you? Thank you, Steve. Jeremy, what's up? Jeremy, in Florida. I feel like I'm actually in Florida. It's so hot here, my friend. Black Manuel, what's happening? James Assad, how are you? Rachel, how is everything? Resident Evil Village, I liked it. Finished playing Resident Evil 7, just started. Rachel, let me know how you're liking the C1. Kevin, how are you? Guys, if you've ever done, hi Stone, if you guys have ever done a live stream with me before, I do them a little bit differently. We kind of talk about whatever you guys want to talk about. Dwayne, what's that? Dwayne, I've not talked to you in a minute, man. How's everything going with becoming a calibrator? Let me know how that's going. I know Value Electronics is looking for one, so let me know if you're around. So I want to do a live stream tonight. I have not been putting out. Mike, how are you, buddy? Review the Tube. What's happening? I've not done a lot of content in the last probably 3 or 4 months. And awesome, Dwayne. Let me know. I'd love to get together sometime, bro. I've been busy. We had a huge sewer flood in my basement. And you live in Cali. So what happened is I basically have been overwhelmed with, career, COVID, family, everything else, and have not been able to really put out content. And more importantly, I've not really been able to interact with you guys in the comments. And I do live streams with FOMO and a lot of the other guys, and I do love doing that. But I really want to do more just us, just me and you guys, so we can talk about whatever the community wants to talk about. My live streams are very much community based. It's just me talking directly to you. So the way I'd like to picture it for you guys is picture us in a movie theater and we're just chatting. That's how I've always pictured my channel, and the community has always been trying to simulate back in the day when you would watch a movie with a friend or you'd play a video game with a friend. That's all this community is. It's and that tech therapy aspect of it. Steve in Oregon. Oh, dude, a man moved. Awesome, bro. So thank you, JSK. But you guys know I'm more community first, and I could honestly do topics and videos every day. I have ideas every second of what I want to talk about and what I want to cover. I have fantastic displays in the house right now. So there's a lot of content to show you. There's the X90, there's the A80 in my house. Rachel, you don't have to do super chats aren't necessary, guys. Just real quick, Rachel, I really, really appreciate it. Thank you so much. That's very generous. You really don't. If you guys want to interact directly with me, Rachel, that's so sweet of you. If you want to interact with me directly, just talk in the comments. As much as I think I appreciate it, it's really nice of people to do super chats, but they're really not necessary. For me, all I'm doing is having a little drink with you guys, and I'm just hanging out with you guys. David, how are you? Kung Fu Kenny, thank you so much. I really appreciate it, my friend. So for me, honestly, YouTube is a very part-time thing. Let me just read Rachel's comment real quick. C1, I'm enjoying it. Watched all the Star Wars 4K. And it was awesome. Just watch Alien 4K. Awesome. I'm glad Rachel picked up the C1, and I believe she's very happy with it. Also got a sound bar too. So I hope you and your spouse are enjoying it. Evan, what's happening? So again, as I mentioned, these live streams are really just a way for me to catch up with you guys. I was really good about the comments from any of you that are been part of the channel for a long time. Know that the comments is where, hey, Brian, how are you? Was how I connected with so many of you guys. So what I want to do on these live streams is do a couple hours where we just chat. That's why I call them happy hour. They're not really topic based. The topics will really come from the comments, and see whatever you guys want to talk about. Let's see. Brian T, what's happening? Evan, what's happening? Black Mantle, I've had the A80J for a few weeks now, and living with an OLED, I can say it doesn't have the punch you in the face HDR, but it's so clean. OLED is like a luxury car, and LED is more of a sport car. It's a really good analogy, actually, Black Mantle. Danny Ruiz, what's up, Whisper? Best Buy has a 75-inch X950 from last year, only 2,000. Danny, I like the X950H. I think it's great at 75 inches. And really, guys, I was looking at some of my old videos and covering how much panels used to cost. And it's amazing to get a 75-inch for 2,000. Danny, you are going to be capped without HDMI 2.1 and all the benefits that come with it. If you're a gamer, you'll still have 4K 60. It's a great panel to have. So I would go for it if that's what you want to do. Roberto Gonzalez, what's up? Have you tried the Samsung soundbar yet? Amazon has dropped. I haven't, Roberto. Actually, what's funny is I grabbed that soundbar when my wife was away because I don't have the basement right now, and my Denon is upstairs in a box. So I went to go put the soundbar in, and she saw that there was a subwoofer, speakers, and it just doesn't go with our living room. And I got to pick your battles. So I just she didn't even see me open it. She saw the front of it and just said nope. So that's going back. So I didn't have a chance to really hook it up. It's very good, excellent little home theater. So Stone Shifter X95 is pretty much the only TV I'm excited about at the moment. I did a video on it why I thought the X95 was the most important panel this year. Not so much about what it's going to be, but the fact that it's holding up a lot of other price drops and even the price drops with the X90. So yeah, I think it's going to be fantastic. There's a lot of talk of Chinese websites and Germany, other places saying that it's not very good. For me, guys, I have to wait for a panel to be released here and be fully updated before I can give my opinion on it. I'm very excited for it. It is very, very late though. So when you get this late, you start getting into next year's panels. So it's dangerous to release this late. My next panel is going to be ordered in the next few weeks. So, my basement's going to be done. I'm not going to wait for these panels to come out. I'll make a decision before I buy those if they don't come out in a timely manner. Tony Soprano, oh, thank you so much, my friend. I hope all is well. Socrates, you're looking at late July, early August now. So, I mean, the Q&ED will be released this week. I might get down to Value Electronics this weekend, but honestly, it might end up being early in the week. Just have a hard time getting down there. Traffic right now has made a 45-minute ride about an hour and a half. Keeping up with the Joneses. What's going on, my friend? How are you? Thank you. 15,000 is a huge number for our channel, for our community. I'm so grateful. Thank you, guys. I know, again, I'll say this throughout the stream for people that are jumping in. I really wish I could do more. I honestly could do videos every day between tech therapy, gaming. It's just I have zero time, just career, everything, like a lot of you guys, so I do this strictly part-time. 15,000 subscribers for a channel like ours is amazing. It's amazing. The ADJ does have very good audio, actually. Roberto, yeah, the QNED end of the week, next week, but that's been pushed back. That was supposed to come out 2 weeks ago. Dwayne, I love the ADJ. Actually shocked how much I like it. It's fantastic. Gorgeous panel. It has a lot of pop, very saturated, looks good. And it's like a lot of how I felt like OLEDs from Sony were very capped on how they could look. That's flexible. You can make to me, when I talk about saturation, I talk about Samsung. And I love that you can make the Sony OLEDs look like a Samsung. You can make them look saturated. You can make them look cartoony. And we're going to do a video on that too, guys. I know many of you are very, including myself, we get very caught up on what's accurate. And I've followed Vincent and ratings for years and calibrators, and I plug in their settings and I like them fine. But you guys have to always remember, and I'm definitely speaking to you guys right now, once you get people's thoughts on the way things should look for a baseline, I always want you to sit back and say, do I like it? If it's dynamic tone mapping, if it's advanced contrast, if it's a soap opera effect, if it's gaming in game mode, gaming out, it doesn't matter. I really want you guys to really just enjoy how these panels look. If someone says, hey, look, that's inaccurate, there is no wrong. Do whatever you want. You want to rock your TV in vivid mode, rock it in vivid mode. So for me, the Sony is just very much a fun panel to have and play with. YJT99, getting my 77-inch ADJ from Value Electronics delivered tomorrow. Oh, God, your delivery got delayed. Dude, the worst thing about that, I went through that for years, is that you set aside time for that window. And I'm sorry it's delayed, but I'm glad it's coming tomorrow. I know a lot of people that have ordered TVs, not just from Value Electronics. You guys are waiting. It's like everything else right now, this constraint, and there aren't any employees out there delivering. Everything's short right now, so it really, really sucks. But please let me know, YJT99, how you like it. Follow up with me in any video and just tell me if you love it. David, how are you? David Wayland, how do you like gaming? I like it. Whoa, I have like news coming up. Get that out of here. I like it, David. I don't have any issues with it. I've only gamed on the PS5 with it. And even the last video I did, which was just a kind of montage, video didn't do very well, by the way. But it's amazing how YouTube is. So just basically a little gaming montage, and people said the motion didn't look great. The motion doesn't look great because I'm sitting there panning a camera to try and show the effects. So it's very hard to discern the motion when you're watching a video, especially a video that was filmed in 4K 60, and then it gets, edited down to 4K 30. So don't judge motion on a video. I've had no hiccups, no nothing. It's fantastic. I really, really enjoy it. That said, David, I'm always going to lean LG if it's gaming, just because they have so many gamer-centric features. It's really hard to deny that. Jason, how are you? Yeah, it's good to be back, guys. It's good to be back. I'm telling you, I miss you guys. when I'm not doing content. Let's go back up. Craig, how are you? Thank you, keeping up with the Joneses. I appreciate it. Tony Beckett, how are you? Evan, Brian, since buying my first OLED, I am constantly worrying about burn-in to the point where I don't enjoy gaming for longer periods of time. Anything you can do to tell me at ease with burn-in? Evan, I understand. I was a plasma guy, so burn-in, image retention has been on my mind for 12 years. So I completely get what you're talking about. All I can tell you is with HDR content, when you're gaming in HDR, there's no reason to turn OLED light down. Everything is designed to be pushed high for HDR. So I wouldn't mess with the brightness. When you're in SDR, things don't need to be as bright. You can bring those lights down. Do anything you can in the menu to have HUD transparency. Try to make things dimmer in the HUD. Some of the games have that. But more than anything, in between gaming sessions, or even if you want to take a break, you're going to go to the bathroom, anything you want to do, switch inputs right to YouTube, create a menu, or I should say, create a playlist of your favorite demos, not content, just very colorful full screen demos, and just run them. 5 minutes, give the chance for the pixels to all fire. That way they're not stuck on one particular HUD or score or whatever. That's all I can tell you is, and people say they want to game 8 or 10 hours at a time without a problem. OLED's not the best for that, but if you get a little bit concerned, pause and literally give yourself that little bit of break, and they're going to be absolutely fine. So I understand, Evan. It's like anything high end, but you're going to be fine. I wouldn't leave the menu in there, and do everything you can to screensaver, get that stuff going, at 2 minutes or whatever it is. But don't stress. Don't stress. It's easy for me to say that, but I've had plasmas and I would come home screaming at the kids like, oh my God, this thing's been on. I will say the A80 actually does have image retention faster than the CX, but it goes away in 2 seconds. Let's see. Keeping up with the Joneses, the gaming video, dude, it looks amazing. The Spider-Man games look freaking nuts. I will tell you guys, with PlayStation, I love Digital Foundry. One of my favorite. I love Alex, John, all those guys are great. And I will tell you, when it comes to some of the PlayStation games, I don't even look at their analytics or their resolution. I could care less. A lot of those games, they look phenomenal. Spider-Man games especially. Ratchet & Clank look fantastic. Ratchet & Clank was updated with this fidelity mode that has 40 FPS, which is gorgeous. I don't like this choosing between ray tracing and fidelity. So I've gotten so used to 60 FPS on consoles. But the PS5 so far is great on the A80. We'll see how the Series X does in a few days. Dwayne Phillips, nice. I'm a Samsung guy, but not impressed with them lately. I agree. And I'm going to do a video on this. There's a guy on YouTube. I always shout out. Great guy, Joey, Modern Wise. He had a channel. He still has a channel. He doesn't really post on it anymore. But he had a big channel. And the conversation him and I have outside of YouTube is TVs haven't really improved. And they've improved little things, but primarily what they've improved are options. Better processor, better inputs, HDMI 2.1, VRR, a lot of buzzwords. But for me, a lot of times OLEDs reach their peak at the C8. LG C8 was probably the peak of OLEDs, and then they kind of stayed. And in some ways, they diminished a little bit of that vibrancy, I think, out of safety. I think there was a lot of burn-in back then. So it's all been little tweaks. To me, LEDs have gone backwards, I think, to save money and to reduce zone counts, reduce peak brightness. So Joey and I were talking about that, and I'll do a video on that. It'll be another tech therapy video. But I do feel like TVs have not really improved. The dream was 4,000 nits, OLED blacks. But the challenge with that, guys, is TVs at that level, Z9G is a good example, would be 4 inches thick. and they would be heavy and they would use a lot of power. And honestly, people, even guys, don't want that aesthetic. They don't want these CRT looking TVs. And that's actually steering a lot of what's happening on TVs right now. Nice. I get chatting and I get behind in the comments. Qui Lighty Soul. This is a great question. I have a 77-inch CX. Not sure what I'm looking for, but are there tests for banding or grid effect anywhere? There are. But what I would do, my friend, and this is what I do myself, unless something jumps out at you right away, unless some banding leaps out at you, I don't care if it's an OLED or an LED, I would enjoy content first couple days, see if anything jumps out at you. And then there's all kinds of tests on YouTube for banding, OLED banding. Search that very thing, and you're going to come up with the challenge with that, though. And I'll bring up Joey again because he had this hockey. And I meant to say, what you'll see with Modern Wise is his hockey grid thing. What he does for Dirty Screen is it shows a hockey player going back and forth. You guys have seen many YouTubers use that. So the reason he did that is instead of having a solid color, that doesn't always show DSC or banding. What tends to show it is movement, which is why sometimes when you're watching a demo, you don't really see anything. Even if you put up all white, you may not see any banding. The banding tends to happen when you're moving. So a perfect example, to be fully transparent with you guys, my A80J is 77 inches. It's very clean, no issues. I'm going to do a video on this too, but hey, let's talk about it here. So mine is very clean. And I'm watching it daily. Love it. Looks fantastic. Netflix, all the apps, gaming on it, chess level, love it. And then I was playing, and to your question, 2 tests that I run are games. One is Horizon Zero Dawn, and the other is Dirt, or any racing game for that matter. You got to find yourself a snow level. And the challenge with racing games is you have the HUD, get inside the car where it's just the car, your field of view, and you'll see all of the screen. And when you turn, I can see I have slight banding on the upper left side. I also see on my panel on completely dark menus, one of them was Days Gone. I can see a little bit of that pink tone, which is the Evo panel showing. Now, for me, yes, obviously that makes me go, oh my God, something's wrong with my panel. But I'm seasoned enough now to know that if it doesn't show up in content that much, I'm okay with it. But the banding from gaming bothered me. But once I was up straight with it, I didn't see it again. So, when you're looking for banding, my friend, and you're looking for those things, when you get the microscope out or the magnifying glass out, you can make yourself absolutely crazy. So I'd give yourself 2 or 3 days enjoying content, then start looking from afar. If you start missing things, then get close. But I would try gaming, third person, driving games, see if you notice anything. You're going to see DSC on every panel ever made, and you're going to see some banding on all panels. So just try and think. My warning is once you see, you won't be able to unsee. And I don't want you going through that roller coaster. So I would enjoy it first, Qui Liddy Soul. And then if you see something, go looking for it, and then hit me up on any of the newer videos, and I'll be happy to help you with that. David, we only got finally got a PS5. David, I think the 80J is a fantastic choice. I know a lot of people, including my peers that are in this community or in YouTube, games, CLG, movie Sony. It's not quite that simple. You can game your ass off on an OLED. I don't care if it's an LED or any Sony. They're fantastic. Great response. I think the 80J's got like 6 milliseconds higher input lag. The image though is gorgeous. There's a lot of detail, and I do believe that Sony processor is legit. So I'd be seeing more detail on that. Now, would I go with it? That's when you see what I'm going to buy in a few weeks, then we're going to really talk about why I chose that. Woody, what's going on? Woody, are you the Woody on Instagram with all the speakers? I hope all is well, my friend. Yeah, the Suez Canal, that didn't help anything either, no doubt. Yeah, Dwayne, there's a lot of safeguards to keep burn-in from happening, but I do honestly think this this trying to make these panels more efficiency and everything, very, very rarely in technology means better performance. Typically, it means less performance and safer. Even receivers now are more efficient. There's less power being taken, but at the same time, it doesn't necessarily mean they sound better. And I feel the same way with TVs. I feel like the B8 and the C8 out of the box, they were so bright. I do think they've stepped back a little bit in that regard, but they might be protecting us from themselves. Brian T, financially, is it better to get the 80J 77-inch this year, keep it 3 to 4 years, then replace the larger screen OLED, or spend the extra Black Friday 6 to 8 years? Brian, here's the thing. I totally understand what you mean. We're talking about value for the money. 3 to 4 years is a long time to talk about anything. If you have space for the 83-inch C1, get it. Yes, you'll save money. And I never want you guys to spend more than you have, because believe me, buyer's remorse is the worst thing in the world when things don't go well, if the TV doesn't meet your expectations. But I buy every TV as it's my last one. I don't buy thinking down the road. For me, and I'll prove it to you this way, my next panel, which will be in the basement, will be at least 80. So that takes the G1777 Evo out of the conversation, because I need to go a little bit larger. I'm buying 4K. As a content creator, as somebody that you guys trust, I don't feel 8K is even in our future. I know marketing is making it go there, but I'm buying that next TV for my next period of time. So unless this Z9J and the QNED blow me away in the next 3 or 4 weeks, that's all they have time-wise. If they're delayed, I'm moving on. I'm confident in 4K going forward for the next 4 or 5 years. Being a gamer, I'm very confident, and I'll explain it this way. I'll explain it to you this way. I'm so accustomed to 60 FPS and 120 FPS now. There's nothing that's going to tell me that 8K is going to be at least even 60 FPS in the next 4 or 5 years. So it may be 4 years, but I'm all set with it. So for me and for you, Brian, financially, that's something only you can decide. But the A80J C1 versus each other, I favor the A80J picture quality wise by a little bit. But if you want the size, go C1. Now that conversation, Brian, is for me with, give an example. Why would I go C1 over A90? That's where value comes in. The C1 is $6,000. The A90 is right now $8,000. It's a lot of money. For me, I would go C1, better value, but also for me, it ticks all the boxes in terms of gaming. And unfortunately, the A90 doesn't tick those the same way. Now, if they were the same price, then we're having a different conversation. But the fact that it costs that much more, and not that you can't game on the A90. The A90 to me is the best panel this year by far. It's by far. But there's value to performance. So I hope that helped, Brian. But if you can swing it now, go 83. Ken Williams, what has the best motion, C1 or age? They both have fantastic motion. You're talking about pixel response of OLEDs is instantaneous. You are going to see inherent judder in OLEDs for 20 frames per second content, cable content. I think they're pretty equal. I don't think either one has the best motion. You may have to enable some motion settings, but they're both pretty good. But right now, I'd give the 80J, again, a little bit of an edge because the processor is so good. 77-inch C1 and 77-inch Sony 80J are priced the same at $3,500. If I'm not a gamer, is the 80J the best way to go? Yes. I think it is. Earth the Grays. How much brighter is the 80J than the CX? It all depends, guys. I mean, we've seen the 80. Oh, I have the 80J in person. It's very vibrant. Ratings.com didn't have it very bright. Some reviewers have said it's very dim. But when it comes to OLEDs, other than the A90 in certain situations, to me, they all look the same in terms of brightness. I go from my A80 to my CX very quickly. And when I think the A80 has this huge edge, I put the same thing on the CX and it still blows me away. So, I don't even know if it is brighter, my friend. I mean, I know also that the CX may be a little bit brighter than the C1. Just talking about like 5%. So that's not performance that I would chase. So I wouldn't base it on brightness, Grays. I would go for whatever one you like better. Black Mantle, I hit the 80J jackpot. My panel has no banning. Awesome. Yeah, Spider-Man looks ridiculous. IRL, when I was I don't even want to play the game. When I'm panning, really, I mean, it's gorgeous. And again, that's why I don't really check with Digital Foundry, because I really don't care. Those games just look fantastic. Sony is killing it. But I will tell you, though, having the Series X and the PS5, the Series X is just better supported. They're constantly throwing free updates. They're constantly, because they don't have a lot of exclusives. Let's keep that real. But I do favor that one more for multiplayer. But I have not played a lot of games. I need to. And when my TV comes, guys, I'm going to be gaming constantly. Socrates. Let's see. Just got to say, respect for the way you do your channel and your views. The tech information is great. The tech therapy aspect is really great, and it's rare. Thank you, my friend. It is rare. I get a lot of hate for it, actually. People are like, dude, shut up. So my videos are very long, and I don't want to say I speak to you guys like friends. You guys are friends. So when I do speak to you, I know, because when I was reaching out to people, before I even had a channel, ratings was great. I talked to them through Facebook when I was having my issues with my panels. But I find that a lot of the information on YouTube is very analytical. It's either number, or it's too in depth. For me, it's all about the feel. So a lot of times I tell people, you got to sit back and actually watch some content, because it's like cars. You can chase performance and horsepower and never realize the car is not comfortable or the car doesn't handle well. So, that's what I bring to it. A lot of my peers be analytical. I have I have knowledge to a degree, but I'm no different than you guys. And that's all we're doing is hitting info back and forth to each other. And then, guys, I have no desire to be more analytical. My knowledge is, I learn every day, but I'm not trying to be a scientist or pass myself off as one. Socrates again, getting some stress and being a bit paranoid what to buy once you buy. It is a big thing sometimes, and it rarely gets talked about. It's, before I get too behind, let me go back to Socrates. What's funny about this, Socrates, and for you guys watching, what I noticed too is, especially you're married or even with your friends, you buy something that doesn't work out. I don't care if it's a car or whatever it is. People will be like, wow, you bought that. You spent a TV that was that much, huh? And then you're like, yeah, it's having some problems. Sympathy, empathy is zero. Nobody cares. And that became a very lonely thing. At the time, we had severe health issues with my family. And every waking moment, I was taking care of somebody. But if I wasn't doing that, I was trying to unpack a TV for my enjoyment. And when they were defective, it was crushing. And when I went into Best Buy looking for assistance, having spent $4,000, I was met with like, oh, it's the way they're supposed to be, knowing full well green lines down the screen. And then I think for you guys that don't know the story, I went up to spending about $11,000 and just tried to buy my way out of it. And the panel lottery crushed me. And I ended up settling on a 900E, which was a mid panel at the time. But to your point, yeah, it's very stressful because, everyone will say the little things in life, don't sweat the small things. I don't agree. And what I mean by that is when it comes to what's happening in your life, you're so strong when things that matter, career, sickness, anything in the world you're powerful for. However, sometimes it's the little things that are supposed to function that can knock your internet goes out. Why would that bother you so much? I don't know. You're exhausted. You come home, all you want to do is relax, and then your internet goes out or your TV's having issues. And that's what I mean about the little things. The little things bother you because they're supposed to function and they're supposed to serve you in the sense and make you relax. For me, I lost a year of my life, a year and change, of my kids growing up, of my marriage, with these purchases dominating my every thought. And I would never wish that. And that's what I'm here to help you with. That's the whole reason the channel exists. Comparisons, all that stuff is fine. That's not my focus. My focus is what we're talking about here, which is why I have these chats the way I do. So I completely understand. And thank you for recognizing that. Black Mantle, the 80J has superior image quality. Black Mantle, I wouldn't go as far as superior image quality. That's why I jump in the comments. I've seen both panels, the C1 and the 80J side by side. They're both gorgeous. It's not about superior picture quality. Would I give it the edge? I would give it the edge, but I wouldn't go as far as saying it's superior. That gets thrown around, and guys, and that's where I will flex my knowledge, is because I've spent time with the Z8, with the Z9G, with the best panels ever created, and as beautiful as they are, they don't destroy anything in the room. You're not like, oh my God, throw that thing in the garbage, especially OLEDs. OLEDs are really so close. HDMI ports are a tangible thing. I have 4 devices that need to be hooked up. So, Black Mantle, I love that you love the A80J, but I wouldn't go as far as saying it's superior to anything. I wouldn't say the A90J is superior to the A80J, but that little bit of performance, if you want to pay for it, that's up to you. I think the A90J is sick. The Samsung Q9 FN is still my favorite, probably Samsung LED. Did I miss somebody just jumping in here? Benny, what's up? Hola, what's happening, my friend? Stone Shifter, when do I think 8K is gonna? I don't think it's gonna pick up steam. I don't think, and I'll tell you why. Everyone's gonna say there's no content. There isn't any. A lot of the Blu-rays, 4K Blu-rays, are 2K upscales anyway. So what we're going to rely on and we relied on this with 4K initially, was everything. When 4K first came out, everything was upscale. Upscaling has always been a marketing thing too. Remember, you guys remember up-converting Blu-ray players, up-converting, and we're like, oh my God, definitely got to get that. Up-conversion means nothing. All up-conversion is doing is adding false pixels to fit the screen. More pixels, and they're being created. They're not really there. Sometimes in 8K, you'll see shimmering. You'll see sparkles. So up-converting is nowhere near as effective as downsampling. When you're taking a higher resolution and you squeeze it down, that looks phenomenal. But 8K gaming is far away. Even a top graphics card right now can do it with, at low settings, which to me at $2,000, I would not make that bet. Consoles are nowhere near touching that. They can't even do native 4K. Neither one of them can do native 4K well right now. We'll see when they start doing their own, but we can see that's not going to happen. 8K Blu-rays have not even been talked about. We have bandwidth concerns. But here's the challenge with 8K is with that pixel density, as you've seen with Samsung, they're having a hard time penetrating the screen. So it's creating a worse image than its 4K counterpart. So when you have a Samsung flagship and its 4K flagship is beating it, it's due to the pixel density. It's due to light not being able to penetrate. And that's the issue. And, so for me, you won't see 8K discs. There's barely 4K discs. So I think the pandemic also made that, it accelerated that. People relied more on streaming. Me, I am a physical media guy, and I stream everything now just because everything's in a box. But I think 8K, honestly, guys, 8K would not be here if it wasn't for trying to sell new TVs, because there's no reason to purchase it. And what I mean by that too is when we say get closer. When you get closer, the pixel density matters, correct? So 4K can look a little soft at 85 inches if you're too close. In theory, 85-inch 8K should fix that because of the new pixels and the amount of pixels. And if it was native 8K, absolutely. But upscaled 8K, not necessarily. It doesn't actually add any clarity at all. And in many ways, it can add noise. See, now I'm way behind. Damn, my bad. See, get me talking. Let's see. Jenner McDougal, how are you, Jenner? Just dropping in to congratulate you. Still enjoy your content. Love the community. My man, Jenner's on break. Thank you so much. I'm trying to get Modern Wise back in, Jenner, so we'll get him back on here. Justin, what's going on? Thank you, my friend. Yeah, the Kurgan, for those of you who don't know, that profile pic is Kurgan from Highlander. You better know that, actually. But everyone says I should put my face up there. I don't like my face that much. I like Kurgan's face better. Thank you, Jenner. Thank you, Justin. Okay, Mr. Mystery. Guys, coming from an OLED, I can say that the burn-in thing is overstated, and it happened to me. So it happened to him. The LG warranty on replacing panels will protect you. Unless you're keeping it for 10 years, it won't be. So it won't be a problem. LG is very good about replacing panels, one panel. Burn-in, he's saying the burn-in can't happen. It can. Black Mantle. Brian, why do you think people are so hung up on the number of HDMI ports if AVR and splitters don't exist? You just said it. They don't exist. And splitters, using a splitter, also, you might want to have HDMI port 1 be your Series X, your PS5. A splitter then shares the same, they'll share the same settings. You want to have separate modes on each one. So HDMI 1, you might want to have cinema. HDMI 2, you might want to have game mode. HDMI, you might want to have something specific. And yes, splitters are fine. They do break quite often. And switching back and forth is not optimal. So, HDMI inputs are important. HDMIs also fail. They do die out on TVs. Also don't like one of them being an eARC. I have a Denon receiver that has an 8K input. That didn't work. I now have the workaround. I will always rather have direct inputs. Is it the biggest thing in the world, Black Panel? It's not. I wouldn't make a choice based on it specifically. But for me, PC, PS5, Series X, that's 3. I don't want to have to be behind the TV switching things out. And I also don't want to go through a receiver. I want my gaming to not go through anything. I don't buy anything from receivers that are going to make the image look better. I've never seen receivers make the image look any better. Noodles, what's going on? In the last video, the choppiness you saw in the last video it was filmed in 60, and it was edited down to 30 when I edit, and then I'm just trying to pan to show you the image. It sounds ridiculous, but this is the reality of it. When you're playing a game, pan, and then you'll hit your own character. The camera will hit your character and it'll judder. So that's not from the game. The games all run really, really smooth. Black Mantle, definitely. Yeah, the image retention and burn-in is much better than plasma. JSK, great comment. You mentioned that the A90J is the best by far. Does it beat the Panasonic OLED too? It's a great question. The Panasonic that Robert had in Value Electronics, that Hollywood Studio panel, is probably the best OLED I've ever seen, outside of the ZX and the Z9. but I can't tell you because I don't have those panels. So unless it's sold where I am, that's the only thing I can give you opinion on. I do know that gaming wise, Panasonic still struggles with any of their features. Not that Sony has a lot of them, but I'd say Panasonic OLEDs are amazing. Now, I hear they're going to be developed by Hisense and some other companies, so that would change my opinion on that. But if I had a Panasonic, I might give that the edge, but I can't say that with specificity because I don't have one. The panels I've seen, the A90J is the best. That OLED, though, that Hollywood monitor was unbelievable. Here's one caveat, though. When you're going for, again, accuracy and natural, you can also add the word boring in as well, or stale. So you have to be careful of what you like. You can tell me, like, when you see Vincent do those videos where he has that Sony Master monitor, that monitor that everybody uses to calibrate their TVs, that is the most accurate. I don't necessarily think any of us would love having it. I like to add some saturation. I like using live color. I like making the panel, depending on what I'm watching, look more vibrant. Games, I don't want to look real. I want them to look like games. Brian T, thanks. The A90J at 83. Sorry about that, just lost. Would be great, but hard to justify the price. Absolutely. And I'm going to talk some smack here too, because it's the community channel. We're talking smack. We're talking about value. Okay. So when we're saying, but I've heard people tell me they think the A90J is better than the A8. No, other way. I've heard someone say the A80J is superior to the A90J, right? And the A90J is crap because the A90J is only 2% brighter or whatever, but it costs this. You have to think, guys, when it comes to what things look like, you got to take cost out of it. Take cost completely out of it. You can't say to somebody, it's not worth the 2% or 3%. That's on them. Again, if you're somebody who wants to buy the best, the highest end, you're going to spend another $500, $1,000, $2,000 on 2% of performance. Cars, anything you buy. If you want to talk about value, then it's a different conversation. The A80J is clearly a better value. But if you take the price out of it, the A90J is a better display. If you have the money, guys, I'm watching, especially where Robert's store is. I mean, there's 60 or 70 of them sold in like 3 days. So if you can afford it, it's worth it. It's not a great value. No. And honestly, hey, Sky, tell Destiny Mommy's calling. You want some real world family dynamics? The wife is calling, put the kids in. So what I'm saying to you guys is, we're talking about value. You're talking about performance. They're not exactly the same thing. So if you can afford it, the A90J is the better display. Is it the better value? No. To be honest, though, I spent way more money on that than that 4 years ago on LEDs. All right. Socrates, it's why I went cheap, C1 cheaper and VRVAR G-Sync. Don't be scared of burn-in. Don't be scared. Just, and to be honest, as Mr. Mystery, he's here in the comments, so hit him up with any advice. And I'm not saying that he abused his OLED because I don't know if he did or not, but it sucks that it happened. But you can abuse them. Don't abuse them. Mr. Mystery, I'm not saying you abused yours. I know people that have got it burn-in, but just be aware and that you don't beat it up. Let's see. Jeremy Lacey, to be real, 120 FPS is not blowing me away on consoles. The downgrades to get there make the games not look next gen. Jeremy, you're not wrong. And that's one thing I mentioned a little bit earlier is I don't love having to choose one from the other as far as taking away certain effects. I would like to see ray tracing on the games that are 4K 60. I like 120 in Cold War. Some of the boost they've added is cool. But yeah, 120 FPS is not the end all be all, but give it time. They will get there at some point. I'd like them to do 4K 60. Let's do that one before we do. Everything right now is 1440p and everything else. So I'd like to see them get to that point. David, even though I'm considering the 80J, I've also thought about the G1, even though I play PS5 and not Xbox. I think Sony. And David, honestly, that's what what Sony says, and Robert has talked about that too, is the PS5 is doing some kind of variable refresh rate with Sony displays. I can't confirm that. I have no way of proving that. I will say, David, it's a very smooth experience. If you like Sony's image quality, and even if you have an Xbox Series X, I think it's a good choice. I think it's a safe choice. The G1, I think, is also amazing. My boy Paul is in the chat. Paul, you guys have seen on the channel. Paul is one of my very good friends outside of YouTube. Paul will also be doing more for the channel together as friends. He is my brother, not my actual brother, but my brother. And he's going to help me pick up the new display, and you'll see him on the channel when we unbox a new panel, which I should have, again, in 3 or 4 weeks. JB has just delivered some amazing news to me. One of my favorite cult films of all time is Brotherhood of the Wolf. Brotherhood of the Wolf is an important film to me. I watched that when I worked in the city prior to 9/11, which I ended up changing careers. And I was only a few blocks, about 10 blocks from 9/11 when the planes hit. And Brotherhood of the Wolf we saw right around that time. And I love that film. That film means a lot to me. And he has just said that is announced in Europe. JB, you really send me a copy? Send me a copy. I love that film. That is one of my favorite films. Excellent movie. Sorry about the whole side story about 9/11. Yeah, Kung Fu Kenny, Insomniac's incredible. I would say, too, that, Insomniac and, Naughty Dog did amazing work. Naughty Dog, though, that Last of Us 2 was very disappointing for me. But I love what they're able to do with these consoles. Keeping up with the Joneses, the longer the video, the better. We come for the long video, especially those Best Buy employee videos about what they're going through. Yeah, what's funny is right after I did that video, I got kicked out of a Best Buy. First time. It wasn't kicked out. They want me to film, which shows you the problem with it. Here I am trying to help them, and they want to get me out of there. So it's okay. I film in Best Buy still. It's just I'm a big guy, and you can see me from across the place if I'm sitting there. That's why, if you guys don't know, when I do those Best Buy videos, and you'll see I'll put that creeper like Anthony Hopkins, Psycho, or I'll put that Michael Myers on a skateboard. I call them creeper vids. I'm always kind of looking around and just with the camera shooting videos. That's why they're so choppy. But unfortunately, Best Buy has not had a lot to show. But I'm on their side. And Best Buy employees get a terrible rap. Like any other employee, if they're not paid well and you're not taking care of them, how much do you want them to really put into their job? And they're not treated well. Jay Cino, what's up? My friend, how are you? Dwayne, take care, my man. Let me know how everything's going. Player One, what's up, Brian? Love your streams, bro, especially the tech therapy vids. I bought the 65-inch CX in April, and I love it, bro. My first OLED. Awesome. That's what I want to hear more than anything, is you guys are happy. Whatever you get. I don't care what you buy, honestly. I have no brand loyalty or brand prejudice. I just want you happy. And I'm glad you're happy, Player One. Thank you for popping in. I really appreciate you being part of the community and family. Tony Beckett, 11,000 and you're still married. Tony, that's not accurate. I am still married, but those TVs went back, and I think the 900E was only 3,000, 2,500 maybe. So I did not spend the full amount, actually. Tony Z, what's up, my friend? How are you? I know my camera's all over the place, guys. But how are you doing, Tony? Keep with the Joneses, great comment. When you can't depend on the dependable things, it wears on you emotionally. And that's what I'm saying. I'm saying when you come home from work, or as a parent, as a single person, whatever, when you sit down and you just hang, it's about letting go and just watching the content. When these panels start having issues, and I'll do a video on this too, next thing you know it, for those of you that are PC gamers, you'll get this. Well, even you guys that are movie fans, you end up playing the settings instead of playing the game. Now you're jumping out of the game. Should I go, higher anti-aliasing? Should I go TAA? Should I do this? So next you know it, you're playing the settings, not the content. When your TV start having issues, you get this anxiety. You're watching it and you're waiting any moment for, like I had a TV called the KS9800, probably the best looking TV I've ever seen. 78 inches, full array local dimming, 12,000. I bought it cheaper. It's the first video on this channel, actually, if you go all the way back. When I first saw it, I was in love. It was curved, but it was gigantic. And it had a blue line defect. And guys, I'm telling you, it would go away, and you would say to yourself, is that going to come back? Is that going to come back? And then all of a sudden, it would come back. It's devastating. It's devastating. So you're absolutely right. Trump America, 88 Z9G, very expensive. Yes, very expensive. I had an opportunity to buy the 88 inch Z9G. It was an 80. Was there 88? I know the 85 was 15,000, and I was going to get that one used at 9,000, and I went against it. Hot Dude 1, I'm glad you caught the chat too, my friend. Tony, I definitely, if I could get my hands on a Panasonic, that would be the one brand that I was very, very loyal to. EP, thank you so much. You're right, Benny. Absolutely, everything is a lottery. Everything is a lottery. This is where TVs are different, though. TVs are visual, so you can have an OLED. I got, what kind of oven do I have? A Thermador, a piece of crap. Viking, all this silver stuff I'm looking at, trash, garbage. I've replaced that thing 3 or 4 times. Viking, and I never say things are trash, but when your CRISPR goes, it's not as devastating as when you see something on TV. So yes, everything's got a panel lottery, but TVs are visual. And maybe with a car, you'll hear like, ooh, dum, 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 dum. So this is, more about visual. TVs are visual. Even sound stuff, you're like, oh, what is that? TVs are visual. So they're a little bit harder. Jay Sino, by the way, I took your advice and I called Value Electronics, spoke with Wendy, and she told me my TV will be ready in a week and a half. So guys, dealing with Value Electronics, a lot of times, or anyone for that matter, they're not going to update you constantly. So if you can email them, they get backed up on emails, just call, ask for Robert or Wendy, and they'll be glad to let you know. But they're not going to update. Unfortunately, right now, things are so behind, not just with them. With them, they're QCing and calibrating TVs. It's taking a long time. For me, my panel is already being looked for. They're already looking for clean versions of what I want. And I also have, like I said, the Z9J in my mind. I'm a little bit less on the QNED, so I've seen some blooming in some videos, but I'm open, but I'm in a dark room. So I'm leaning OLED for that. My boy Paulie was happy with the Sony Edge-Lit LED that we had a couple years ago. He now has the TCL. What's in the cup? What is in the cup? Unfortunately tonight, guys, what I was going to have in the cup was a little single malt, but we're just having a little wine tonight. So go ahead and put that in. Give me 1 second. The joke in my family is I only drink with you guys. So how interesting is that? Are these boring? These live streams must be so boring for you guys. Black man, to you, superior just means better. That's fine, man. Spillage Village, is Value Electronics planning on getting... actually can't tell you that. I would say that Value Electronics actually gets chosen for a lot of things. So, you may see that there. The fact that it's really an X90J, I don't understand why you would make a TV like the X90J your 100-inch, but I'm guessing just costs for them, but it's ridiculously expensive. So I don't know why they're doing that, but yeah, you may see it there. Hot dude, I watched Jaws 4K disc on my friend's X950H. 85, it was like being back in the theater. That's what it's all about. What you just said, Hawk Dude, one, being in the theater. That's what so many of us are chasing. You know what I mean? So many are chasing that. And when you tell me that it was like you being in the theater, it makes me want to cry. Enjoy, because that's what we're all looking for, that that wow, that first time you felt that. Trump Amera Sony 900H, $1,600. I'm telling you right now, the 900H, amazing how much the prices have come down for these. Really, really good. Okay, Jay, Just Games. Jay, my boy. And if you're bored, just tell me in the comments that I'm boring and this is boring to watch. But we're all just chatting here. Serious OLED question. Here we go. I have the Z9F Master Series with no complaints. How does it stack up against your OLED? Picture quality standpoint, I'm somewhat interested with all OLED talk. Just J Games, my boy. The Z9F was probably the most underrated panel. And the reason that it was at 75, or it was mostly rated, I should say, it was mostly reviewed at 65. And I talked to ratings.com about this. I do feel like the 75-inch of anything is brighter and has different performance. The Z9F, to me, it had the X-wide viewing angle, which I don't like. But the biggest problem, Jay, was the contrast ratio of the Z9F was much less than the Z9D. The problem is the Z9F didn't really show that on screen. The X950 or the 950H also had a lower contrast ratio, didn't show that on screen either. I would say, Jay, what you're going to see is the Z9F does have some blooming in comparison to the Z9D. What you're going to love is the contrast ratio. The Z9F is very bright. Those specular highlights are going to pop on the Z9F, but it's always going to come down to contrast ratio. And the Z9F has a low contrast ratio. OLED's amazing contrast ratio. But the OLED talk that you're hearing now from everyone is primarily because they've become affordable. So OLEDs were hated like plasma a few years ago. Everybody hated them. They suck. They burn in, just like plasma. And then now that they're affordable, everybody and their mother loves them. So I'm still neutral. I love them for what they do, but I really I'm rooting for LEDs. I'm rooting for them. If Samsung continued to make the Q9FN and the Z9D in that vein, I would have an LED, no question. But Jay, the Z9, we'll say about the Z9F too. It's clarity. It's a gorgeous, gorgeous panel. Jennifer Gala, my friend Jennifer Gala from Canada, filmmaker, is in the chat. Jennifer is one of my favorite people out there. Filmmaker, very, very talented. Check out her channel. You'll see her demo material more on the channel. You've seen one of her pieces actually on one of my videos because she had the ratio black bar so we could look for blooming. You'll see more of her content. I don't like using Jen's content. I want Jen to show her content, but please check out Jennifer Gala. Amazing content. She also has a gamer channel too. So hit her up in this and then check out her gaming channel as well. Amazing, amazing artist. Very, very talented. Music, film, everything. She's phenomenal. Big fan. Leo Star, hi Whisper. Have you heard anything about when the LG Q&A-D releases? I'm going nuts waiting. LOL. I hope to get one soon. My Vizio P sucks so bad. It's the end of the week. They'll be at Value Electronics Friday or Saturday, and I'll probably be there either Saturday or Monday. So they are releasing this week, Leo, but they were supposed to release 2 weeks ago. Problem is, we're having shipping problems. The challenge is we got to see how good they are. But I am hopeful for them. What I'm looking, though, Leo, is I'm looking for their NanoCell, AK NanoCell. Ooh, sorry about that. Was very good. the 8K, the only one I liked. I'm looking for their mini LED to expand upon that, Leo. And if it does, it's going to be great. But you should be end of the week. You'll see it. Yeah, Socrates, Samsung. What's funny, in the UK, their QN90A's got 4 of them. So I don't really understand. Let's see. God, I'm awful at this. All right, so here's Jennifer, right? You can tell she's definitely a filmmaker. Yeah, Socrates. I hope it makes a comeback, but I don't. Before I go to Jen, here's the reason why, Socrates, is that speaking to people that know people at Panasonic, they don't care about TVs. They have so many other brands. They make so many other things. Their legacy of being, plasma makers, I don't think the brass there really cares. So they're actually giving away their development to another company. So I wouldn't expect Panasonic to continue to grow, which sucks because I love them. Jennifer, yeah, we have the Sony monitor. We paid $29,000. It looks amazing. It sits at the studio. So Jennifer, again, is a filmmaker. She has the aforementioned Sony monitor, which is for color grading, and that's what I'm sure she grades too. But she's well above me in that. Listening to her talk about cameras is like, oh my god. But yeah, I'm sure it looks amazing. Yes, value versus performance are not the same conversation. Yeah, Trump America. The A90J is gorgeous. So Mr. Mystery, again, having a bad panel, I'll tell people in burn-in videos, if you have instant burn-in, that is a panel defect. So that's why I think LG is good about replacing. If you have burn-in right away, then that's a defective panel. And the B6, damn, Mr. Mystery, you've had TVs for a while. The B6, those TVs definitely got burned in pretty easily. Biff Malibu, you're not late, baby. You're not late. I'll talk for hours. Thanks for coming, Biff. Oh, boy. And first of all, IRL, your boy's like 260 pounds. It takes a lot more than a few glasses of vodka to knock your boy down. It would be funny, though. You'll see me get a little more animated as live stream. It was just so funny. When you see me on live streams with the other guys, FOMO and those guys, everyone's very even-keeled, and I'm like, wow! So, that's why I like, doing my own, too. I like to be open. I like to more or less really talk with you guys. Peter Brooks, I hear LG is going with heatsink for their 2022 TVs. Probably. My guess, and it's not really conspiracy. If you guys are familiar with Call of Duty's deal with Microsoft years ago, and now deal with Sony for exclusivity, you pay a certain amount and you have exclusivity for a few months. I fully believe LG developing all these panels. This is just I had not heard this anywhere. Allowed Sony to have exclusivity on the heatsink, because the fact that they didn't do an 83-inch Evo G1 leads me to believe they could have easily, and they hung back, and Sony was allowed to have that exclusivity. Obviously, they could do a heatsink. Heatsinks have been around for a few years with Panasonic. So, yes, will I see that next year? Probably, yeah. They do need to push them harder. Panasonic definitely pushes their heatsink harder. Also, modern-wise, as mentioned, also, there's a lot of problems in the U.S., especially in California, with their power grid and being efficient. So we may be limited by that. But for me, waiting another year for heat sinks, not worth it for me, but definitely something that's going to be interesting when they come out. But I personally think it's an exclusivity thing. Do people have any clue when video card prices will come down to a decent price? Still rocking a 1070. Would love to get at least a 360 Ti, but not for no. It's I have a 1080 Ti, and for me, it's you guys. If you're PC lovers, you're going to hate me. PC gaming for me is on hold. I was very close to buying a new CPU, and you're looking at like another to get what I want, it's another 3,000 to get what I want. And the consoles right now are doing such a good job of updating games. I'm getting some of that PC love, but I will tell you this is where it's really different, Socrates, is Plague's Tale, which is something that Digital Foundry did today. Great game, amazing game. And it was just upgraded in the PS5 and the Series X. On PC, that game is crystal clear. So, there is a huge disparity in horsepower there. It's just a hard game to run, but that game is much clearer. So, but the consoles are giving you a little bit of PC love. And what I like about what the consoles are doing is they're giving you ray tracing, which I can't get in the 1080 Ti. But to your question, Socrates, you'll see no price drops because they're so short. And like Sony, they don't need to drop the price. People are buying them up. So don't expect any goodwill and don't expect prices to fall. But here's the thing. With PC gaming, you'll never get hurt hanging back. Let it continue. I'm past Turing. Let it go to the next generation. What I want is 4K 60 easily with ray tracing. Then we can talk. But they're not going to go down. Let's see. QNEDs end of next weekend. None of your biznatch, Brian. Not sure I want to wait for the X95 at 75s, as it will be 1,000 more. If you don't care about HDMI 2.1, go grab it. I mean, I think the 950H is an excellent value. And it's and look, the X95 is going to be expensive. And again, as I mentioned in that video where I talked about it, I'm going to, you have to wait for it to be reviewed. So it's not just when it releases. You're going to want to wait a little bit to see how it reviews. So if you want it, pull the trigger on it. Jay Cino, well, where do we? Oh, I just lost Jay. Where'd he go? Let's go back up. How do I feel about the last UFC card? Ooh, that's a great question. Good, fine. I mean, I've liked UFC. The Conor thing was a little bit crazy. To me, I really liked Conor McGregor a lot for years. Right now, to me, he's just trolling, and terrible what happened to his foot. But it's hard. I like him. I've always respected him and his journey. Hard not to respect Dustin Poirier's journey, but Conor to me is just become this internet troll. And my analogy for this, I might lose everybody right now, is Rocky 3. If you watch Rocky 3, it's hard to be hungry when you're famous. Right now, he's just very famous. And the thing about his wife and all that, I mean, if you're really young, you might find that entertaining. I want to see you just brawl, fight, and be consistent with who you are. I took martial arts, I box. You're talking about being, one day you're humble and you're zen, and then the very next day you're trying to be this toxic person. I'm not toxic. You can see how I run my channel. So he really turns me off with that. I think personally he was losing the fight. He does not have good cardio. And I could see that once he was on his back, he was struggling. So the card was great, but I think we should move on and just see all these other athletes. The Conor, just he changes persona every fight. How can I take you serious when you're doing that? Paul loves the TCL. Awesome. I don't know what Agent Beans is talking about. So. IRL, I channeled my inner whisper today and stalked my Best Buy. It was pretty busy. So think about that. Think about walking through there with your phone and just kind of being, like swimming out of the way. And now that I edit, I can at least fade those cuts. It used to be, whoop, knock the camera down. So let's see. Black Mantle, have you thought about doing more videos on projectors? You guys have seen me on with Shane from Spirit Change. Projectors, I think they're fascinating. I love them for size. And the projector, I think he has the Sony, like $15,000. They're like really high-end processors and receivers. They don't change much. And I don't know enough about them to really cover them. I have an Optoma upstairs for $500. I love it. 3D is phenomenal. The way they show their image, very grainy films look amazing. I love them, but until I get the peak brightness and the blacks that I get from an OLED or from an LED, projectors won't be on my radar. Definitely Socrates. Kung Fu Kenny, I hope it's safe to assume you're a Sopranos fan. Thoughts on Many Saints of Newark trailer? This is what the channel is all about, guys. And if you guys know Brass Tacks, very good guy. Him and I are definitely going to do some live streams talking about stuff like this. Sopranos, phenomenal show, definitely holds up. And even the ending, which devastated all of us watching live in retrospect, had its poetic moments. All Saints, the new trailer, Saints of Newark, trailer. I think James Gandolfini's son looks phenomenal as a young Tony Soprano. They're going to focus on Christopher's father. The tough thing, Kenny, is all these mob films, they need to, from my opinion, I felt this way with The Irishman, stop casting mob guys that are in everything. When I watched The Irishman, I kind of said, I remember him. I saw him. I know him. They need to get back into, guys that you've never seen before. The guy playing Christopher's dad, I've seen him in Madoff. I've seen him he was in Jurassic Park 3, I believe. I am looking forward to it, Kenny, but I rather see a series rather than a film. So I'm excited about it. I'm not a huge prequel fan, simply because you're altering what we like. So I'm excited about it, but I'd love to see it be a series. Justin, Brian, I have missed it, but you already decide what TV you'll have in the basement. I am like 80% sure of what I'm looking for. It's going to be 80 plus, so that takes the G1 out of it. So we're looking at the C1 at 83, the Z9J at 85, the QNED at 85, or the I'm not looking at the A90J as much as I love that panel and I love the A80J. It's just the gaming is a big holdback for me. The Z9J would have to blow my mind like the Z9G for me to consider it. So those are the ones that are in the running for me. The X95, if it's nasty and it comes out, that'll be the one. Leo Star, awesome, Brian. Thanks so much. I may get a QNED and no, not boring. Okay, cool. At least somebody thinks I'm not boring. My wife and kids, they walk by and they see me talking to you guys. They're like, what is wrong with this guy? That's me they're talking about. Let's see. Thank you, Leo. Can I recommend a good Blu-ray player without breaking the bank? I hear the PS5 isn't great. The challenge with the consoles, guys, is sometimes they force HDR. I think the Series X is still doing that. So I like the Panasonic UB820. It's I think it's $300, but the Sony and the LG, they're fine. I mean, to me, I don't get too caught up on the players making an enormous difference in the picture quality. The Panasonics do have the HDR optimizer, which is nice. I don't ever really use it that much, but it's a good option to have. So I'll go UB820, but the Panasonic and the Sony's fine. Don't think too much on that, Jay. Let's see. Michael Kerrigan, great question. Keep the C9 or buy the A80J? Michael, if they're the same size, stay with the C9. The C9 was very good, very vibrant panel. Arguably a little bit more vibrant than the CX and the C1. I think you'll see very similar picture quality. Where the A80J does make a big difference is in upscaling. LG CX was better and caught up with the AAH and the A9G in the upscaling department, but now Sony's new processor is a bit of a game changer. So if you're looking for SDR and upscaling, you'll enjoy the A80J, but HDR performance, I think you'll be absolutely fine, Michael, with the C9 Only upgrade if you're looking for a larger panel. Tony Beckett, yeah, hit the like button. Thank you. I never say that in my videos. Terry, what's up? Dartman, I am getting a 12-core AMD soon here, but still going. I'm glad you can find one. I mean, the AMD story on how AMD, what it's done to Intel, is unbelievable, how they've come out. But going back into die shortages, things like that. So, that's amazing you're getting one. My CPU was an AMD much older. I had an Intel, and I'll be going back to AMD. And let's see. Agent Beans, I think, is just in here talking smack. So let me know if I need to close him out. Be the installer. What's up? Not sure on earth I wasn't subbed here, but I saw this. Congrats. Thanks, B. You guys know Be the installer. You've seen us work together. Great guy. I'm sure he just popped in to say hello. He's working very hard. And it's just very good guy for us all to work together. Me, him, FOMO, Tech with KG, great channel. Keep It Classy Tech, great channel. It's great that we're all, working together. I'm not on StreamYard, B. I'm just going live. But thank you for popping in and say hi. C. Anderson, I got a 390. I don't really notice ray tracing, to be honest. C. Anderson, what are you watching it on? Are you watching on a small monitor or a TV? Ray tracing, for me, is a lot like HDR, where for some people when HDR first came out, they disliked it. It was darker. It wasn't as vibrant. Ray tracing, sometimes people don't love some of the flicker. They don't love some of the sparkling, but primarily you'll notice it in shadows and in puddles. So look for some puddles. Doom Eternal had a great upgrade too, if you want to see it there, but I understand. And I'm sure you don't see Anderson. The performance hit is huge on PC. Socrates, maybe a while before you read this, but yes, putting on PC, yeah. I mean, to me, PC is the only way to fly. It's just I've spent too many days updating games and changing games, and there was a guy on YouTube. He was a PC guy. He's still doing all PC. Can't remember his name. Bad Seed Tech. He was awesome. But he did a video one time where he said that was when Forza Horizon 3 came out. He said, I spent more time figuring out how to run the game, and his buddies had beat it. So PC gets so caught up in these little things to have the thing crash. And now you're in the BIOS, and I'm cutting and pasting, and I just don't have the time for that. And, again, if you have the time, PC is the best performance possible, but that performance aspect of things not working, sometimes I'd like to just play. And I'm glad the Series X and the PS5 are here. My PC has about 200 games on it, to play BioShock in 4K, 120, things like that. It's great. But to be honest, with PC, I go back and play a game from back in the day. It doesn't run well, and I have to go through my whole system and see what's going on. And I don't want to do that. And that's just I personally just don't have time to be under the hood. So that flexibility in settings costs you. Let's see. Definitely Black Mantle. Joe Woody, what's going on? Brass Tacks will show his face again. I tease him about that all the time. He is, and through Brass Tacks, he does YouTube so part-time. He doesn't even really need to. So none of us need to, but I'm trying to get him out so we can, because him and our conversations on the phone, you guys would love them. Talk a lot of smack, mostly about movies and games. Thanks, Joe Woody. I appreciate it. Agent Beans, if I saw you, Brian, I would give you a kissy. See, how can I block you from saying stuff like that? That's a great. Give me a kissy. Best new show or movie I've watched. Mine was Loki. Honestly, I cannot get into Marvel after watching Endgame. really hard for me. I'm kind of superheroed out. So, and I'm not really into. My cat is playing with this bull over there. The Loki thing, I made it a few episodes in. I got tired of it. To me, Loki's an awesome character, but gets his ass beat in everything that he's in. He's got power, so I don't know why he's getting knocked out so much. And Sony's direction, where they're headed with everything, it's just between that and Star Wars, can't really watch a lot of their stuff now. But I haven't really watched anything. I watch a lot of documentaries lately. And I'm watching even this Fear Street, or whatever it is. It's pretty good. It's okay. But it's got that, what's it called? It's got that whole, what's the show with 11? Stranger Things. So that whole vibe where every 2 seconds it's a song from that era. And you're like, enough of the soundtracks. Just get into the content. Awesome, Terry. Be the installer. I'm not that cool. Yeah, you are. He's a good dude. Check him out. I don't need to say like and subscribe. I mean, he's got a huge following already. He's only been to YouTube for like a year. Hold on, I gotta throw something. My cat. Yo, chill. Butt effer Ola. Hi, how are you? Nice name. Where's Duck Duck? Duck Duck, what's up, player? How are you? Brian, what are you expecting out of the U9DG? The dual cell, I think you're talking about the dual cell. You'll see it at Value Electronics. I'm expecting great things from it. Can't wait to see how it performs. The challenge I'm always going to have with Hisense and TCL is their quality control. And I don't agree with this only online way they do things. I'd like to be able to actually see and touch your products. So, I am looking forward to it. Socrates, once I've reinstalled Oblivion, spent 2 days, 15 hours installing mods, and then played for 5 hours and installed all. That's exactly. Joe Woody, thank you so much for the super chat. Really, really sweet of you. Not necessary. It's appreciated, but it's not something you guys need to do. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Fist bump to you too, my friend. BioShock. See, now you're going to get me into BioShock real quick. So BioShock, to me, was, one of those last games, and it was in the 360, where when you're playing it, I felt sad for the world, right? So even that very first section, when you're coming in and you see you see the Big Daddy like kind of welding, and and you're walking through. It's like you mourned that world. It gave you that abandoned thing. And with all the audio logs, which they took from Doom 3, you're constantly, you miss, you want to hear about that world. That's where, a prequel would be great for BioShock. But that world was so lived in and so good that you couldn't, it was that good of a game. And the ending sucked. The last boss was ridiculous. But what a great, great game. Let's see. Ray, hi, Whisperstatus. Thank you for the advice last time in the comment section. Pick the Q9800A instead of the Q90A. Panels here are so bad with a lot of DSE. The Q900A is great, man. And granted, you can go get the QN90A, but if it has DSE, it doesn't do you any good. Hold on one second. My cat. Hold on one second. Dude, chill. Hold on, guys. Hold on. All right, I'm back. So if you guys have animals, especially if you have cats, you can buy 1 million cat toys. They won't touch them, but they'll grab like a bottle cap and we'll just smack them around. All right. Got 66 people still watching. That's pretty good. Let's see. Yes, Terry really likes Loki. I'm going to tell you why. I just can't get into it. I love the way Marvel built that world with Iron Man. Did not like the sequel, but I'm not a big, even though I think I have a good sense of humor, I don't love the joking and the funny and all the politics that I see in a lot of today's films. I'm not a political person either, but seeing the way these movies are going, it's like they're not made for me. You know what I mean? So watching them, it's just annoying. So the Loki thing, I watched him get his ass kicked for the first 3 episodes, and I was all set. So maybe it gets better, but and the humor thing, after a while, it gets annoying for me. I like them to be a little more serious, so I'm not really big into it. That could be me just getting older. Massel, what's up, my friend? Dude, I laugh every time I read your name. 1977, what's up, my man? How are you? That was great. And look, even in Socrates, Mandalorian, fine. It was fine. It's just so basic. That show is decent. It's just so basic, man. Give those stormtroopers some powers, man. And as much as I thought Mando was great, I don't need to see that dude that played him anymore. I mean, he's gonna be Joel from Last of Us. I mean, that's insane. That it's just, you wonder. It's the Hollywood cast now. People like there's only 5 guys. Like The Rock is in everything. I talk about The Rock in every live stream. Don't want to see him anymore. Thank you, Biff. I really appreciate it, my friend. Duck before my girlfriend. Go for a bike ride. That's so romantic, man. Awesome, Duck. It's just, I don't want to seem cynical, but films, to me, I don't need Matrix 4. What I need is what Matrix initially brought to the world. I need that wow factor, that, oh my God, let me get to this new world. Let me enjoy this world. I don't need to see, more and more of the same crap over and over again. Just give me something new. Give me that wow factor I got the first time I saw Jurassic Park. I was like, oh my God, amazing. Let's see. Thank you, Biff. I appreciate it. Alien Isolation was sick. That was a great game. Let's see. Joe Woody. Thank you, my friend. So IRL, the retro stuff, Stranger Things. It was great when I first saw that, the first season, but you got to remember that first season was survival horror. It had sci-fi. It had a lot of that. And then they got into that, totally went the other way when it got to be this funny, joking, constant. And then it was just an 80s soundtrack. I mean, I'm watching this Fear Street. I want to get into it. And 4 minutes in, I got 9 songs. I understand you're trying to get that, but it's all about, it's always style over substance. I'm all about the story. And I know everybody says, look, shut your brain off. But guys, with every film releasing in the last couple of years, I got to take my brain out of my head, put it in a drawer, and then blow it up. Godzilla, Kong. Yeah, I mean, it's entertaining, but Jesus, write a little bit. Put some effort into your dialogue and into your story. I mean, I spend more time in Star Wars was destroyed for me. There's nothing into those films that I enjoy. So, I have a hard time with modern films. To me, modern films, honestly, if I'm putting it into context, think Game of Thrones, first few seasons, and then the last few seasons. Or look at Lord of the Rings, the first 3 films, and then look at The Hobbit. To me, that is the difference in what's happening now. Just spilled on myself. So, perfect example, when you're watching Lord of the Rings, every death or fear of death had you on the edge of your seat. You're watching The Hobbit. Dude, are you really playing with another bull? I'm watching The Hobbit. I'm watching a side-scrolling video game. Even my wife was like, what the hell am I watching? These guys are literally jumping in and out of barrels. The fights are all, arrows everywhere. Look, I know the elves are powerful, but Jesus, if they're that strong, just go fight everybody, right? So it's all about this, and it's kind of like Game of Thrones is the same way. If you remember, the fights in Game of Thrones were tangible. They were realistic, showing these guys get labored and their swords. And then by the end of, the guys are fighting 80,000 people, and it became Godzilla. It got so dragony I eventually just was like, I can't watch this crap. Where my favorite character in Game of Thrones was Tywin. These guys talking and they're talking, the political part of Game of Thrones was phenomenal. Watching these guys discuss battle tactics and the fact that they didn't have enough food to survive the winter. Then all of a sudden, this dude in the White Walkers, when Daenerys saves Jon Snow, he's like sprinting. I'm like, you're running to another like country. It's just, you're rolling your eyes, and I just can't. Star Wars every 2 seconds. I'm like, oh my God, it was so painful. So painful. So I just, again, I can't unplug my brain. And Mortal Kombat was awful. I mean, I'm losing people watching now because I'm talking smack about this. Don't worry, no Loki spoilers. You won't have any. Uquet 01D. Good to see you too, my friend. Thanks for popping in. Dexter, great show. First couple seasons. Got to about around the Trinity, and then my man turned into the Crow or Batman, and then it got stupid. And shows, the problem with films now, it's our attention span, right? So films have a hard time conveying what they want to convey in the time allotted. If a film's too long, it's not really so much about, it's the fact that we can't be without these, that people can't be present long enough. They're just like, all right, cool. That's why people want my videos to be 3 minutes long. That's why TikTok is huge. That's why you're seeing these YouTube shorts everywhere. Let's watch a dude crash into something for 3 seconds. No one can watch anything for very long. So I'm constantly hearing from larger YouTubers to shorten my content, keep these streams to a half an hour. That I'm not interested in doing that. I do what I want to do. And if I have a smaller community for it, that's fine. But shows are the opposite. I'll give you something like, say, Sons of Anarchy, which was a very good show initially. You had Jax, all these cool characters. A couple seasons later, that same town killed like 700 people. So there's a certain point where it gets ridiculous. There's the show Mayor of Easttown from Kate Winslet on HBO. Fantastic show. Very good show. Kate Winslet was amazing. But there's a certain point, even in that show, where so many bad things are happening to the same family. It's just not realistic. You're just like, okay. So it's, The Wire, for me, probably the greatest show ever made. But even as you saw at the end of that show, you get the serial killer thing. You start getting into this weird spot. Sopranos was another show that it became a little ridiculous that Tony was still alive or not in prison. So they had to end it there. It wouldn't have been realistic at that point. But movies just cannot convey. And the reason why, I've heard, Emily Blunt did a fantastic interview on Howard Stern where he asked her about Edge of Tomorrow and said, are you guys planning on doing a sequel? And she said, Tom Cruise was great. All these guys were great. Said, the challenge is, the studios can't take a chance on a non-trilogy or a non-series. So to me, that started with Harry Potter many years ago. And those books was the success of a series, the success of how many you're going to give me outweighed the chance of a little movie. So Tom Cruise had Oblivion, Edge of Tomorrow. You won't see that anymore. You're going to see a lot of, Mission Impossibles, and they're fine, but they're so formulaic. To the movie, they're exactly the same. And, even a movie, I can tell you this one, even Pacific Rim, if you remember that film when it came out, Guillermo del Toro was a huge star. Pan's Labyrinth, all these very unique films. And eventually, Pacific Rim, you thought would do amazing, did terrible. It just didn't do well. Hold on one second. Hey, girls. When you hear cats munching, that means they're up in the air somewhere. So Pacific Rim, when I first saw the trailer for that film, I don't care who was acting in it, but the effects, the creatures, the robots, to me, being a Transformers fan, Not this Michael Bay nonsense where everything's spinning around and the Transformers have eyebrows, but the deliberate combat of Pacific Rim, I thought it would easily be a hit. Same with Titanfall when it came out. I'm like, dude, these are going to be change the world. Nobody saw it. And the reason nobody saw it initially was people wanted to know, what's this based on? Is it based on a comic? Is it based on an anime? Is it, no, dude, it's not based on anything. Just go see it. And people didn't want to see it. It comes out, people get to like it, and then the sequel comes out, and it's absolutely terrible. So, you're going to see less and less original films. You'll see more shows. The problem with the shows, it's very hard to, find out what's good. There's so much. Or you'll have like a show like, was it Mindhunter, which has that Silence of the Lambs vibe, and then they cancel it. So now you've invested 2 seasons and it doesn't end. So it's content is very hard right now, to get anything original. Let's see. Duck, so 15 subscribers is pretty cool. Congrats, my friend. It is pretty cool. I'm pretty proud of it. I'm probably the smallest of, I'm small, we're small community, but that's the way I love it, man. I don't want, the thing is, if it blew up, I wouldn't be able to maintain it anyway. Dartman, I'll keep watching it. Massel. Any word on when the CX will be updated for Dolby Vision in the series? From what I'm hearing, it's in beta now. You should have it in a few weeks to a month. And Dolby Vision's fine. It's, to me, it's pretty dark, but until you start seeing native Dolby Vision games, I wouldn't even bother. I played Resident Evil Village in Dolby Vision, which was forced. I went back to dynamic tone mapping. Let's see. Joe Woody, all true about modern films. I hate to sound like that old guy. It's like, oh, this new music is just noise. But I really do feel that they're awful. I mean, it's just the writing is just atrocious. Paul, my brother, are we getting your new panel? We are watching. Yeah, no doubt. We get the new panel, man. We're going to watch Jaws. Favorite movie of all time, by the way. I love Jaws. To me, Jaws sounds ridiculous, but bear with me. Jaws came out 75. I'm 46, but when you're talking about a film that had the balance of horror and its humor, now bear with me, guys, its humor is real world humor. Like Seinfeld, that show was like the reason Pulp Fiction is funny is these guys are talking smack and they're talking the way real people speak. You're sitting in a car going, "Oh, word, Royale would cheat." It was watching real people, and Jaws was that way. It's not slapstick, very different. In new films, we spend so much time with these guys bumping into crap and making all these jokes, and you're trying to tick every box out there that you can see. It's all, for me, all film is all about immersion. And when I see people or studios add things in that I know they just have to add, you can see that's what they've put in. And the comedy is on cue. Stranger Things, you're in a mall with a Russian base underneath the mall, showing me Orange Julius, all these different things I saw as a kid. So I know what it looks like. And between that, I got people laughing and joking while this guy's getting his leg bitten off. Yes, I'm supposed to undo my mind. But the original Stranger Things was much more tense. You didn't know what was going to happen. The new ones are I just can't watch that stuff, man. It's so formulaic and it's so boring. Again, think Game of Thrones. Writing was like poetry. Think the last few seasons, it was a video game. Which you'd think I love video games, but, not in my movies. I don't. All right. Socrates, they are making a new season for Dexter. They are actually trying to fix it in a way. They do need to. That show fell off a cliff. Wow, I missed all these. Okay, my bad. Star Wars died in the 80s. It did. That's my B-Day too. Oh, happy birthday. Joe Woody. 80 Ravan Shankar. What's the best video to showcase a TV? Blue Planet? No. Blue Planet's nice. Honestly, a lot of even even some of the BBC stuff doesn't look the best. A lot of the stuff you see from like Jennifer, a lot of the demo material on YouTube looks amazing. The BBC stuff, I have those discs. They look fine. They don't blow my mind. So some of the Dolby Vision stuff that you'll see on Netflix is also stunning. Clicks over content. Yes. Oh, got Roberts on. Called him earlier. Let me just respond to Robert real quick. Nope, let's not do that. Don't know where that is. Okay. Let's see. Favorite Game of Thrones character was Dog. Oh. In Game of Thrones, think about how multi-layered and all of the foreshadowing, what was going to happen. So Robert just texted me from Value Electronics. No QNEDs till the end of next week. So that is live. No QNEDs until the end of next week, not this week. Yeah, so again, people want to know it's money. Your smallest film. I'll give you an example. There was a game a couple of years ago called Hellblade: Senua's Sacrifice, and phenomenal game, gorgeous game. They have a sequel coming out, and the making of that game is actually pretty fascinating. But she's an awesome character, amazing character. And when that game came out, they were talking about, hey, would you rather, and this is something I can say to you guys, would you rather have a 3 or 4 hour game that's maybe $15 or $20 that is super original, soundtrack, characters? Would you pay a little less for a few hours less and have great content? Or do you want your Tomb Raiders to be 50 hours or 40 hours? The reason they say that is a game like Fortnite puts so little work in their design. There's no real soundtrack. It's the same map. They do all these crossovers, but they make so much more money than the guys and girls making these amazing campaigns like a Plague's Tale. So business-wise, why would you spend that much money for a little bit of content if you can spend more money and do Call of Duty 18? Do you know what I mean? So you're seeing the same thing with films. Why would we spend so much to make this original, amazing content that no one's going to watch if we can see, Black Adam or, you know what I mean? It's just, I'm going to talk about The Rock a little bit here. How many khaki movies can this guy do? Jumanji. It just gets to be the Fast and the Furious. I remember the first Fast and Furious was amazing. They're just getting to be where it's just, I don't know, guys. I can rant about that. I don't even rant much, but I understand what you're saying, Brian. YJ. I thought something like Castlevania being animated had amazing. Castlevania is phenomenal. Very, very good, especially based on the game. But I thought Castlevania was very good. Yes, Ben. Yep, absolutely. So Black Mantle, it's the Marvel effect, bro. Everything has to be a joke or reference. And that's what destroyed DC. No one remembers. DC actually was leading. Think about it. You had Batman Begins, Dark Knight Rises. And then once Marvel, and the fascinating thing about Marvel is taking a chance on Robert Downey Jr., which is perhaps the best sobriety story ever. Robert Downey Jr., that guy was so much on the edge. It's not even funny how talented that guy is. They put him at the end of Hulk with Ed Norton, which was also a good movie. And he was in the after credits as Tony Stark. I remember when Iron Man came out, Iron Man, Captain America, Thor, these are all dead properties in comic books. Doctor Strange, Guardians of the Galaxy, Scarlet Witch, these characters are, compared to Superman, Wonder Woman, they're nothing. And Marvel had those left over. They didn't have Spider-Man or the X-Men. And look what they did with that universe. They destroyed everybody. and they created this amazing universe. I'm just done with it at this point because it's become formulaic. Initially, it was very original. The original Iron Man is amazing. That film is amazing. Why is it amazing? When Tony Stark is in that cave, and I can't remember the guy that saved him, that lost everybody in his village. He's not joking around. There's no kidding around when he's in that cave. There is a part where he does joke and they almost drowned him. But at the end of that scene, when that guy dies, if you remember his name, please put it in the comments. He's talking about bringing him back to his family, and he says, my family's dead. There's no slapstick there. There's no reason for it. And every Iron Man after that, put the cute kid in, you got to do all. It just gets to be where it doesn't go with the rest of your story. And I brought this up in another live stream, and someone corrected me that it wasn't in the Harry Potter books, and I know it's not. Harry Potter, beautifully written, gets so dark by the end. And the films illustrate that very well. The tone of the films, the color's different. It's more drab. There's a scene where Hermione Granger and Harry are dancing in one of the tents that they pull out of a bag. And they're dancing, and they have like a tender moment. And let's say they're going to kiss or anything, but they don't. But they almost feel guilty that there's so much death happening that they felt guilty, not for almost being intimate, but because of what's happening around them. So it was a lighthearted moment, but because of where they are, it created that it's not appropriate. Where these other ones are slapsticks and joking while the world is falling apart. Stupid. I cannot get into it. When your story takes you to that point, enough of this. That's why Transformers are unwatchable for me. My Color TV, for me, the Boardwalk Empire, best ever. Excellent show. Boardwalk Empire was very, very good, My Color TV. The one problem I had with that show is I know that the James Normandy character was supposed to go further, but he's a head case, so they killed him. Oh, spoiler. 24, again, great show, ahead of its time. First season. Oh, we have a super chat. Benevolence, thank you for the super chat. Very, very nice of you. Not necessary, but thank you so much. The Eternals looks like it will be horrible. You know what, Benevolence, thank you again for the super chat. Very, very nice of you. That show kind of shows where the costumes don't really translate. The wigs, X-Men kind of had it right when you're like, okay, I can't put a dude in a yellow jumpsuit with blue things on his head and be Wolverine. But yeah, it looks terrible. And like the overacting. All right, I'm gonna stay with you, Benevolence, real quick and talk about this. I had Shark Week on the other day in the background. Love Shark Week. Always did anyway. Haven't watched it in a long time. I love the scientific analysis. I love all that. And you can tell the difference in Shark Week from a few years ago. It was like Shark Week. Right? Now it's like Mountain Dew. Shark Week with Mike Tyson. Shark Week with the Jackass crew. Everything, and it's awful. And they have this like fake drama where they're like, oh my God, there's a shark coming. You can hear the guy's voice and he's talking over a microphone. And he's like, oh, here. It's so I don't have to look at the screen to make me want to get sick. That's what people watch. They're watching celebrities. Like Mike Tyson is swimming. Like nothing's going to happen to him. You know what I mean? It's just, but that's what people want. They want. I do not. I just don't. I have this battle all the time with people that they love this. And it's the only place where I'm not negative. I'm seasoned, so the superhero thing for me, the best superhero film of all time was The Incredibles, the original Incredibles. Love that. Love the humor. And I loved Pixar, which has now fallen off the map. Then there's like The Crow. Amazing. You don't need to be that dark. You don't need to be as dark as Man of Steel. But the joking and the slapstick, I understand, but it's just the first Superman movie had that balance, romance, comedy, suspense. This is just, look, if you look at Kong versus Godzilla, their fight, it's like an empty city. It's just, there's no immersion. It's just awful. But yeah, Eternals looks terrible. Benevolence, thank you again for this super chat. Very nice of you. You're right, Paul. Yeah, Benny, cats equal house gremlins. You're telling me this dude knows that I'm on here. X-Bone, X-Bone, Witcher series. Am I a fan? Didn't make it through it. Read, I think, the first book, but I think at that time it was after Game of Thrones, so I was a little fatigued there. I'll go back to it. I like Henry Cavill very much. Dark, I have watched, like Dark a lot. I like Dark too, but again, it's serious tone. It was compared to Stranger Things. I thought it was far from that. The time travel thing is a little bit tough, but I really enjoyed it, and I like that tone. Steve F. Finally able to catch up to the level of the live portion. Big Transformers fan as well. Love Transformers. You just don't need. It just doesn't need to. Transformers. If you watch or read the comics or even watch the G1 series, there was so much personality and history on those characters. You didn't need to have Shia LaBeouf and his mom. His mom was eating like brownies, getting high, and all these random people jumping in. It's just stupid. Just go back to the robots, focus on them, and you'll be fine. Keeping Up with the Joneses, small in size but mighty in stature. All other AV YouTube content creators have mad respect. I don't know if they have respect for me, my friend. I have no idea, but I appreciate you saying that. Let's see. Did you see Kung Fu Season 1? You quit 01, like legit Kung Fu from back in the day, David Carradine? No, so that is very good to say, because that, I remember as a kid watching Kung Fu, I expected it to be action-packed, and the fact that it was more story-driven, you're right on. You're right on, because it was more story-based. Let me go back here. Hope I went too far. Let's see. Okay, hold on. I gotta go back up. I'm missing stuff. Guys, if I miss your comment, don't super chat it. Just add it again, because I'm behind and I don't want to miss it. So if I miss you, because some of you guys are talking to each other, which I love, but definitely support the indie developers, my friend. How the hell far did I get down? Oh, here we go. Steve F. 80J. I guess we should talk about TVs at some point. 80J coming Saturday. Go with the Denon and PS5. Can you explain why I should plug PS5 on a not to TV over AVR? I just don't want anything in between from the panel. I want things directly to the HDMI. That's just me being paranoid with that. I don't like anything in between. The AVR, I would just turn off the processing of the AVR, Steve, and just go use it as pass-through. That's the only thing I would say. Denon's great, but I don't trust them to make anything look better. I don't want any latency. If it's just passing through, you'll be fine. But I typically would go eARC if you can to see how it goes. But if you have the Denon and you have pass-through, go that way. Let's see. Yeah, the tension in Jaws. Well, you know what's funny? I don't dislike Jaws 2. Don't dislike Jaws 2. But watch Jaws 2 again recently, and the acting is awful. Jaws 2. There's a scene where the curly-haired dude, and if you Wikipedia any of those actors, none of them acted after that movie. There's the curly-haired dude's like talking to the scuba diver guy before the guy bites the mouthpiece. And he's like, "We're going for lobsters." And there's a It's dialogue. So everybody's laughing their dialogue. You got to go back and watch it. It's horrible acting. But if you think about what the director did coming from Spielberg, he did a pretty good job other than the whole biting the wire. And what I mean about formulaic, guys, is think aliens, right? And the aliens, how many times are we going to jettison this dude out of a ship? You have to come up with new stuff. That's all. Being formulaic. Got to switch it up. Let's see. Joe Woody, Brian is the man. Much respect. Thank you so much, my friend. I can't believe you guys are watching. I will tell you, when I do a video, I'm shocked there's even one view. I can't lie. I mean, there's 55 people in here. We had as many as 80. I can't believe you guys watch. I don't know what the appeal is. I appreciate it, but I don't know what the appeal is. Let's see. JF Priests, your opinion, what impact has COVID had on the 2021-2022 television market from manufacturer's perspective? You know, honestly, JF, it's other than I did a video in February, right before, it was right after Kobe Bryant died. I did a video on the consoles being delayed and possibly the iPhone. And at that time, COVID, it sounds crazy, but it said, and I prefaced the video with some sensitivity as we're talking about consoles, but in reality, there was 700 dead confirmed there. But those areas where they were making the panels, the chips, or whatever they were doing as far as a manufacturing standpoint, were shut down and locked down. So that right off the bat, going even that far back, affected everything in manufacturing. Then putting them back into full work coming out of the pandemic, which is something we should all discuss. Coming out of the pandemic, you would think that some people have rested. A lot of us are exhausted coming out. I worked the entire time. A lot of people did, but some people went from being locked down right back to work. Employees were locked down. Uh-oh. Hold on, guys. I'm losing unstable. Hold on. Am I back? Somebody say if I'm back. In a new comment, somebody say if I'm back, because I lost you back. Okay. Sorry about that. So back to what I was saying about that comment was I do feel having people come back and then pressuring them to do a great job and get things done in a manufacturer, you're going to have mistakes. You're going to have issues. You're going to have problems. And I do feel just from that standpoint, also with the shortages, as you're seeing with the chips, they didn't really think things would ramp up the way they did. And all of a sudden now, you had people that were afraid of losing their jobs, and then you had an influx of money. So everything we're looking for now is something random. Like, I want these new glasses. Oh, no, where those are on back order. You're seeing that with value electronics. A lot of the panels that they're selling are being built now. So it's I do feel that it's just really quality control, my friend, and availability is how it's affected. I don't think it's affected, but you know what? Also, innovation could be, but you can still come up with ideas at home. You just won't have as much in regard to team building for innovation. Okay. I get a bigger monitor. Let's see. So that was JF Priest. That was for you, my friend. I hope that that's my thought on it. Which is why I think you're seeing the X95 so late. Yeah, Dexter went off the rails. Like I said, he went from being like a realistic serial killer to Batman. I remember, what was the one? Because he was always wearing like that brown like turtleneck. He went from being like a realistic dorky serial killer. He couldn't be intimate. He was very nervous. To when he grabs that guy, was it Dukes? He was that the cop who was like, he had like the lips, hey, and he ends up fighting him, and he's like, "Ooh, you more than a lab rat." Got very like physical with him. It reminded me of like, wait a minute, he's a tougher guy, but now that this cop is jacked and he's handling him. By season whatever, he's fighting like this bad guy who had like horns, was all jacked, and he's kicking he's fighting gang leaders. It just got. He's like, I remember, was it Dokes? What was the name of the cop that played him? And he ends up getting him at a shipping yard, and he actually manhandles him. And he's like, "Whoa!" He's like, "You're more than a lab rat." And I was just like, "All right, man. It would have been better if you just had him kick the crap out of him." Band of Brothers was awesome. So Band of Brothers, wow, I'm way behind. Band of Brothers was my first introduction to really enjoying cable shows because it was made from Steven Spielberg, Tom Hanks. I was like, this isn't going to compare to Saving Private Ryan. And in reality, it surpassed it because it was just so much more in depth. It showed the boot camp. You followed the characters. I am going to go back and watch that. But it also made me realize that you can do shows on a much larger scale and get more in depth. Joe, what, you didn't like Jaws 3, man? I watched that in the movies. All right, where I go back. My boy Paul's in there. I love that you guys are chatting with each other. I'm way up here. Okay. Tony Beckett. Yeah, original was awesome. You know, IRL, I like Luther. Love my man from The Wire, but it just gets to be a little absurd after a while. Wonder Boy is definitely very good. Jay, did I like Logan? I did like Logan very much. Challenge with Logan is I didn't like the little girl that was in it. Didn't think she was a great character. I don't love when they lose their powers in any of these superhero films. I know they have to, but his performance was phenomenal. And being that it's the like old man Logan story, I thought was very good. I did like it very much. Toby, you like the long videos? I appreciate it, man. It's funny, the advice I've gotten over the years with shortening the videos and, you know, doing more of them. You can do a video every day if you're doing them 5 minutes, but I'm not really interested in growing the channel that way. As you can see, I'm just in here for the conversation. Do you make me happy from Tropic Thunder? Joe, guys are talking about Tropic Thunder. Amazing. The first time I saw Tropic Thunder, I was like, what the hell am I watching? And that was before, speaking of Kung Fu Kenny, that was before McConaughey made his comeback. So McConaughey was in Tropic Thunder with Ben Stiller and Robert Downey Jr. He was talking about, you never go full. But McConaughey was just these curls in his hair. And it was, so we were talking about here real quick with Kung Fu Kenny. True Detective Season 1 is one of the best shows ever made. The problem with that show, watching it now, was, McConaughey became a parody kind of after that for the way he was talking. And they had that Jim Carrey did that SNL where he's driving the Lincoln and he's like playing with a booger. So everybody kind of spoofed McConaughey. So going back and watching True Detective is a little bit hard. The first season was unreal. Great show. Another really good show was The Killing. Was a very good. The first season was awesome. Brad Paisley. Woke week next year. Try to avoid those. If you like The Wire, trust me, The Corner was much better. The Corner, absolutely, yeah, was basically a pilot. The Corner was, I think we're talking about the same thing. They did that as kind of a pilot for The Wire. With Avon was in that one. Okay. So Guardians of the Galaxy, same thing. The first one, good balance. Second one, to me, got a little ridiculous with the Pac-Man and all that. I didn't think you needed to have Kurt Russell. You didn't have the de-aging thing. I don't love either. Just Kurt Russell's the man. Just make a regular guy. I thought Guardians of the Galaxy, the second one I thought was okay. First one I thought was awesome. Black Manta. Yeah, Joker had, but Joker, think about it, it's a very bleak film. It's more, it was a throwback to the way the films were before. And, it had that Taxi Driver 7 vibe. They took a chance on that, but arguably that film could have been made and not been Joker. So that movie itself was phenomenal. I don't want to see a sequel of it though, because I like leaving it ambiguous like that, not knowing if it's real. Is you can't. And I don't think you'll see Joaquin Phoenix do it, a sequel to it. But as a film, it's very powerful, and it did convey. If you watch like Dog Day Afternoon, or even watch, these old '70s films, Death Wish, you can see how the city did look, back in the day. 21 Jump Street. That was actually funny. $6 Million Man. They should remake that one. The Whiz Kid UK. Brian, X950H over this year's X90J. I do think the 950H is better than this year's X90J. The 950H is more complete. It's brighter, better HDR performance. The X90J offers HDMI 2.1 and has the new processor, but I would go 950H unless you really need to have the new the HDMI 2.1. Remember, the X90J is getting killed this year. I think the X95 not being out again is making it more expensive than it should be. But you got to keep in mind what the X90J is. It is a direct, follow-up to the 900H, not the 950H. The 950H was the flagship. So remember, you're comparing last year's flagship to this year's mid-range. I would still go 950H. Excellent comment from Matt Facer. What TV flaw are you most sensitive to? Ooh, that's a great question. Judder, blooming, or crushed blacks? For me, in that group, blooming. I am most sensitive to. Crushed blacks, arguably at times, once you're used to it, the black level, the contrast ratio can almost make up for it because it can make things pop. There are times, especially when OLED first came out, where they were so bad you can't see anything. You'd see like a head and the cave would just crush. And Judder, you can always smooth it out if you have to, but the blooming really takes me out of it, Matt. And it's not really blooming back in the day. You would see some brightness around objects. Now blooming is because of the zone counts not being as high. It's like the whole side of the screen lights up, and that takes it out of me. And the black bars, who would have thought they'd have been so important? So blooming would be the one that gets me the most. And then banding. So Jurassic Park World, perfect example. That one went like, you finally took me back to the park. I'm in the park. What we all wanted from the original was Jurassic Park was before the park opened. Jurassic World showed you the park. But again, we're getting into the tropes of Chris Pratt was already in 10 other movies. Now here he is. He's in this one. And I was all Chris Pratted out, unfortunately. And the new Tomorrow guy or whatever it is, it's fine. He's him, though. No range at all. He's fine in that film. But the Jurassic, not the last one, in the park, it was fun. Again, you have the T-Rex saving them. Again, the word formulaic. This whole. Then the second film, you have a smaller adversary. Again, you're getting all the political stuff in there. All the awful movie. The second one was terrible. The Jurassic, whatever the heck it was. I mean, funny. The cute little kid. Just ridiculous. The raptor saves him again. I mean, let's see. Socrates, the best thing to do on Netflix is just look up Dolby Vision. And you'll see a bunch of excellent documentaries on there. As far as which one's the best, I'm not sure. But just in your search, just search Dolby Vision and look at them that way. Your kids are getting older when they actually text you instead of they're 2 floors up. Okay. I don't know why she's texting me. She's watching the live stream. Okay. Let's see. Keep on IRL. He is amazing in that show. I missed all that. Okay. So you guys will talk among yourself. Joe Woody, bro, we come for the chat. Okay, cool. I'm glad you're here, my friend. All right. Wow, I really went far back. Whoa. Okay. Let's see. Da-na-na-na. Marcus, what's going on? Steve, the best 4K player I like is the Panasonic UB820, about $300. But you play it through the PS5. I mean, don't expect the Transformers, the animated movie, to look very good in 4K. But I don't know how old you are, Steve, but I saw that in the movies. And I remember being like 12 years old. And I remember when they kill everybody in the beginning. I was like, holy shit. But Megatron is my favorite Transformer, followed by, I think, Devastator is probably my favorite. But Megatron, such heroic nonsense, So that's why you hear was one of my intros where Megatron goes, "I belong to nobody." It's just, damn. Arturo, what's up, my friend? Arturo Trevino, what's up, my friend? How you doing? I guess that's a lag. Let's see. Sergeant Dokes. Yeah, Sergeant Dokes. Yeah, the lips. It was just like kind of like when the guy in what was the movie of Tom Cruise? What the hell's it called? Crap. Where Jack Nicholson. I always forget the name of that movie. You need me on that wall. The lips like. Let's see. Few Good Men. All right, I gotta go down a little bit. Oz was good. That was a disturbing film. A lot of naked dudes in that one. Should I get a U8G to replace my 930D? Yeah, I mean 930D is a pretty old panel. I mean, you'll see it. You'll definitely see an improvement. Serpico. Now, Jay, there you go. Now we're talking. I'm probably like an hour behind you. Whoa, 2 hours, 20 minutes. Serpico. Again, here's the thing in Serpico, Jay. Character development. So in Serpico, there's a scene where Al Pacino's character, Serpico, obviously, he's talking to his parents, and he goes into there's a shoe store, wherever their family business, and they're trying to set him up with somebody, right? And he just let it be known that he's not interested, meaning that he's talking a little bit about his personal life for 2 seconds. All you need is that little bit to know he's not engaged, he's not married, his family's worried about him. That little bit of dialogue fills up his world. That's why those films are so great. Favorite Kubrick film? Danny, how are you? Probably Full Metal Jacket. It's my favorite new film. I love The Shining. The problem is I love The Shining novel, so The Shining's a little bit challenging for me, but excellent film, but probably Full Metal Jacket. How you doing, Danny? Joe Woody, do not buy Funko Akira 4K. Why, Joe? Is it not a good transfer? Ready Player One is an excellent. Ready Player One's also excellent for Atmos. Especially in that first race. And 2000 Space Odyssey also looks good. Kung Fu Kenny, I would say Chernobyl. Chernobyl was awesome. I love Chernobyl, other than the fact that they all had like English accents. The dialogue in Chernobyl was like that Aaron Sorkin writing. Phenomenal. Very, very good. Chernobyl, amazing. Amazing. Original The Thing, Marcus, now you're talking. Top 3 for me. Top 3 film is Original The Thing. Again, Marcus, back then, you had this all-male cast, which doesn't matter, but it makes sense. And you have this dialogue among the guys. You know, the helicopter pilot, you have obviously Kurt Russell's character, but you also have the other guy who's like, I'll give you the flight. You know, you can't trust him. You have this, they don't all trust each other before going into this, but you can tell those guys live together. When they're watching the game show on the VCR and they're smoking and he's like, give it to me. You can just see that the world looked lived in. And that's something we cannot convey these days. Oh, crap. Did I catch up? I caught up. All right. You get, man, I'm stoked for you. I am too. Hopefully it comes to consoles. Marcus, I'm Ukrainian. It was amazing to watch. Well, you know, Marcus, I mean, the interesting thing about Chernobyl itself, other than being one of the most important things that's ever happened on the planet, is I had many people from Ukraine tell me that they related to it. They remember at a certain time of their life having to be afraid to go outside. I mean, it's powerful. Other than the fact that the accents weren't accurate, I just thought that the respect they showed for the firefighters and for, you know, the impact it had on the country, just, I mean, so well done. So well done. Elden Ring looks more organic than I anticipated. That's a good thing, I think. Socrates, best dialogue in a movie is Pulp Fiction. I mean, that film also, the sparring was unreal. This is why I love Brian seeing that look when he talks about The Thing. Oh my God, guys, The Thing. You know, and I really thought I was so looking forward to the prequel, which I don't hate the movie, but they really, between the CGI effects, it just wasn't the same. And the original Thing is just it's a work of art. You know, Rob Bottin. Oh my God. All right, so we'll go back up. Matt Facer, Stallone's best acting: Rambo, Rocky, or Copland? Ooh, that is a very good question, actually. To me, his best acting to me was First Blood. So maybe that's what you're alluding to. When he's in the very end and he's talking about his friend blowing up, and he was talking about like, you know, shine. And he's like, and my friend is, you know, these pieces are hanging all over me. I've spoken to veterans in detail about Vietnam. My father was a Vietnam vet. And that was the way he conveyed that was so powerful, you know, and Stallone, very, very good, you know, especially, but again, he wanted to wander and then he ended up in the comedy stuff. Copland was great, but it was hard to really see him from being Rocky, you know, but to me, it's First Blood. And then you got Stop or My Mom Will Shoot. So this whole comedy thing is not great. 50, we're losing people. I must be talking too long. IRL HCR, what is my favorite horror film era? It's got to be late 70s. It was very bleak. Exorcists, you know, Omen, probably one of my favorite horror films of all time. Even the original Amityville Horror, the original Friday the 13th is very good. Obviously, the original Halloween. Growing up in that stalker era, slasher era, I should say, I rolled my eyes back then. I loved Freddy. The original Nightmare on Elm Street. It's a classic horror film. But I don't love people kung fuing them and getting to be too. Now, granted, there's a great film documentary. I'm going to plug it right now. It's called Horror Red, White, and Blue, and it talks about the different generations. And it's on Amazon Prime. It's narrated by Lance Henriksen, and it's pretty old, but it talks about why certain eras focused on certain horror. It talked about, like, in the 50s, it talked about certain world wars affecting horror, and, you know, the Cold War affecting horror. And in the 90s, it talked about how we went from, you know, these hulking Jason type characters to Anthony Hopkins and Hannibal Lecter. It talks about Seven, and it talks about where we went from, you know, like Saw and Hostel, where it became terror films versus horror. So, horror is challenging. Horror is a lot like comedy. It's hard in comedy to be funny all the time. It's hard to be scary all the time. But I would go 70s to answer your question, IRL. Demolition Man. Demolition Man was pure. How you doing? Sandra Bullock. How you doing? Can do no more. Yo Paulo. Let's see. I'm all over the map now. I have watched The Lighthouse. Amazing. Willem Dafoe's phenomenal. Yeah, you're absolutely right, Danny. Brad, I have no word on 8K TCL. No idea what the hell TCL and those guys are doing. Robert did call in. I'm going backwards. I called Robert earlier, to see when the Q&ADs are coming down, and they're not going to be, as I mentioned earlier. Let's see. What's up, Brad? Marcus, you're in New Jersey, man? Thank you, Arturo. Joe Woody, the chest electric shock scene in the thing, when I was a kid, if you look at the Rob Bottin behind the scenes on the chest burster, when the doctor, they literally had this, it was like a one-shot take and amazing practical effects. Even what was the magazine, Fangor, back in the day? And it had, I remember the first cover, it had the spider with his tongue, and he's like, you got to be effing kidding me. I mean, unreal. I mean, just, what's funny is there was actually a comic that followed the thing where they showed up and they found the notes. That's what I would love to see something like that. Let's see. Joe Woody keeping up with Joe Woody said, I'm only kidding. I don't. Blooming makes me mental. Yeah, the thing was my most, is what I want the most. Yeah, IPS panels, that's what they do struggle with, especially when you're looking at LGs. Joe Woody, Whisperstatus, how dare you, sir? I was joking. Love you, brother. Joe, I didn't remember you talking any smack. You talk some smack? Let's see. Joe Woody, tell me what you're talking about. Jordan Cole, Shawshank, Heat, and The Thing are coming to 4K. Thank God. I think 4K discs have really slowed down. Obviously, they're not sold anywhere, but I would love to see them just put a little more work, and then just instead of just doing straight, put some work into them. But those Shawshank, again, oh my God, what a good movie. Heat, another. What's funny about Heat, I get killed for this. Heat, to me, was a show in a movie. The characters they covered in that, they covered the ex-con, they covered Val Kilmer's character, they covered Michael, that whole team was like a show. That's what I loved about Heat. It's just Pacino was just a little hard to take serious. He just, post-traumatic dead tech house. But so good. So good. But Shawshank, well, maybe with a perfect movie. All right, guys, we're coming up on 2 hours and 30 minutes. Oh, here we go. Bad transfer. Okay, Joe. Oh, Joe, do you have a channel? You have a channel, Joe? Stick with check out Joe Woody's channel. Joe, tell me if you forgive me, but if you have a channel, man, I got a sub to that. Oh, Terry's talking about the original Thing. Oh my God. And what's funny, Terry, in that documentary, they talk about the Thing and that era when it came out. All right. All right. So the baby in a microwave, all that heinous shit. And I'm sorry the chicken got dry. You know, Pacino, what's funny about Pacino, he went from, the very talking like this in Godfather to like, woo-ah! And he just couldn't stop that. And it got to be, look, it was amazing, especially in Heat. Not here, baby. And I always say, he's just a little much. And I'm going to get killed for this. Love me some Robert De Niro. But the problem is, again, your legacy. It's like fighting. Your legacy gets damaged with what you do now. So when you overexpose yourself, it's hard to go back to your original work. So to me, Robert De Niro there, the scene when he walks into the bank, and you can tell Robert De Niro boxed. There's a scene where he grabs a manager and he's like, "Where's the safe?" And he just hooks him. His physicality when he punches him and he says, "Let him bleed, let him bleed." Robert De Niro had that presence, and seeing him in The Irishman at 70 years old trying to kick somebody, like, ugh, they use a double. Don't de-age him, but the physicality of those characters was so good back then. Tom Sizemore, man, look what happened to that dude. Val before he went off the reservation. But yeah, Al, hoo-ha. Does my wife know I'm married? Yes, she does. My wife thinks I'm a dork. Did somebody ask me what my wife thinks about YouTube? Honestly, she thinks it's ridiculous. She thinks, doesn't tell her friends I do YouTube or anything like that. She thinks it's, thinks he's back in the office, so I'm able to get away and hang out with you guys. But she honestly not a huge fan of me doing YouTube. Let's see. Favorite horror genre? That's a good question. Slasher, supernatural, ghosts, zombies, wildlife, or other like that? That's a great question. YJT99. Damn, that's a Joe. If you have a channel, Joe Woody doing videos. Joe, forgive me if I missed that, or go over to Joe, check out his channel if he's doing YouTube. That's a great question. Favorite horror genre? Slash. I will tell you this, YJ, the slasher genre, Halloween, what's funny? Go back and watch. It was a Black Christmas, the original Black Christmas. Margot Kidder. It was before Friday the 13th and before Halloween. There is the seriousness of that. The ghost thing is difficult because eventually, like The Ring and eventually even Haunt, you do get that CG. The Haunting was a very good show initially. I like that show. I didn't like where it went the second one. But let me get back to you on that. That's a very good question. Supernatural loses me a little bit. It gets to be a little too monsterish. So it's damn YJT. That's a great question. What's your favorite genre? Put it in the comments, please, because that's a great question. Marcus, take care, brother. Cosmic horror. I didn't marry for a reason. Yeah, I could. I could. Oh, well, that's for another video. My wife is a senior citizen trapped in a mid-floor. I can relate to that, my friend. Let's say Coronado Bondoc. I just wanted to say thanks for the past 8 weeks. I've waited for the X95 because I was afraid of the A80J would be too dim until I saw your A80J 900E, which I own. Thanks once more. My pleasure. Thank you so much for jumping in. I'm glad you're loving it. The X95 I think is going to be fine, but the A80J is phenomenal. Coronado, that's the reason why I'm on here. I'm so glad that it benefited. Thanks, Marcus. Take it easy, buddy. Coronado, thank you for that feedback. If you guys are impacted by the channel or you feel that we've helped you, we being me, or our community, jump in and just, I appreciate that. Thank you so much, Coronado. I'm so glad you're happy with your panel. That's all I want for you guys. All right, guys, we're at 2 hours, 34 minutes. What do you want to do? You guys want to go till 9:30? It's 9:07 here. Who wants to hang out with me for a while? Joe's bouncing. Techno Dad is in the house. I can't leave now. Techno Dad. Boom. What's up, Brian? You guys know Techno Dad. If you don't know Techno Dad, you got to know Techno Dad. I'd love to, we only got 50 people in here right now, but I'd love for you guys give Techno Dad. He just passed 100,000 subscribers, and Techno Dad's one of the OGs of YouTube. So for anything AV, TVs, great discussion. China D, check out Techno Dad. You don't need me to plug you, Techno Dad. He's a great guy. You guys have seen me stream with him before. Hopefully, we're going to see each other, hopefully, at the 4K shootout. Give Techno Dad some love. That's my boy. Oh, Joe, you're staying? Oh, Techno Dad. I'm going Whisperstatus style, AK big with my next TV. I'm going to guess. I know Techno Dad doesn't really need me to give him a plug. China, what are you doing for a side? I'm going to go A90J. I'm guessing for you, 83. Paolo, what's up, Paolo? Paolo, how are you, my man? Tell me how things are going, my friend. Hopefully you're not as locked down as you were, buddy. I hope all is well. Thank you, Paolo. Let me know how you're doing, Paolo. I know things have been tough where you are. I hope all you guys are doing okay with being locked down. I know it's been tough on a lot of guys. So, Paolo, let me know how you're doing. You get Pacino, Son of a Woman. Same in what was it with freaking my memory? What was it with Keanu when he played the devil? Devil's Advocate. Bill Hader. Do you ever see the Bill Hader deep fake with when he plays Arnold Schwarzenegger? Like, there's a bomb in there. He's on Conan. It's amazing. There's a bomb in there. Let's see. Got me drinking. Devil's Advocate. There you go. Techno Dad came out. Justin, Brian, I feel kind of guilty. Does your family get upset doing these live streams? They do, actually. They do. My family, again, China D's married to. My family's not a huge fan of YouTube, to be honest. Even though, but in all seriousness, YouTube for me was a huge escape. And you guys were there, and I really started filming when these panels were having issues, and I'm very grateful for the friendship from YouTube more than anything. And it's amazing, again, a channel my size, even having somebody like Techno Dad come on and say hello is very, very cool. I'm not sure I'll ever get to that level. I just don't make enough content, but being genuine and being with you guys and hanging out is what. I mean, honestly, yes. There's other things that my family could be doing with me, sure, but I'm hanging out with you guys drinking, and that's really all this. That's all this is for me, to be honest. That's right, Tristan. Keep up with the Joneses. That's right. You change your name, Tristan. Damn it! Some old. What was the movie? Legends of the Fall. Another good movie. Legends of the Fall. No one talks about that. I'm gonna share a funny Legends of the Fall story. All right. So Legends of the Fall comes out, and I'm in the theater, Translux in Trumbull, and no one really paid much attention to Brad Pitt at the time. So it was a Friday night back when everybody was watching movies, do some story time, and Legends of the Fall comes on. And that was back when trailers were just so vague. You didn't know what the hell you were watching. So I'm sitting there with my boy who had passed away in 98. Always got sad parts, but he was a monster. Shout out to my friend Brian Foy. He's the reason why the channel is called Whisperstatus, because he always said, things were, something was cool, it was like Whisperstatus. So that's from my friend Brian. So we're with some girls back in the day watching Legends of the Fall. And there was that scene where Brad Pitt kind of comes over the hill. He's got like the hat on, and the theater was dead quiet. And my boy goes, "God damn." He said it in the theater. Like, every girl in that theater was like, "Holy shit." And he was just like, "God damn." And the whole theater blew up laughing. It was always such an amazing moment. What a good film, man. Anthony Hopkins was off the charts in that movie. All right, did I get chatting? Thank you, Paulie. Legends of the Fall, man. God damn, great movie. But you picture like a guy. So my buddy Brian was a football player. He's like 270. He had a really deep voice. And picture this theater is dark. Back when theaters were dark. Now theaters almost have like blooming in it because they have the exit signs really bright. And this dude rolls up on the horse and he goes, "God damn." And the whole theater broke out. All right. So Techno Dad. 83 and C1. That's a good call. I would say, I'm not going to call him Techno Dad. China. I'm going to say 83 and C1 is the safest bet in the business right now, as far as buying something that is just safe. Very good panel, large. It's gorgeous. Congratulations. We'll see what I'm going to grab in a few weeks, but is 83 inch the biggest panel that you had, Channa? Channa, you have a projector too, I think. But congratulations, man. Samuel, any updates on the QNED release? You're getting frustrated. So am I, Samuel. Robert just texted me right now. That was supposed to be on. I was waiting for the QNED 3 weeks ago. Then it was delayed to this week. And now we're at the end of next week. So the problem is, guys, we're getting into the point where you start talking about next year's panels and telling you the X95, the QNED, and the Z9J they're just messing up everything. I prefer, he's talking about talking about Anthony, was at the Edge with, that was Alec Baldwin. Alec Baldwin was hanging out with Anthony Hopkins' girl. That was another good movie. Paolo, let me go back to Paolo. Hi, Brian. More relaxed guidelines. Hope all is well. I know, the vaccines here, they're giving them away. Dude, stay safe, my friend. Stay safe, Paolo. Keep checking in, though. Let me know how you're doing. Techno grab a cocktail. We are drinking. That's why I do these live streams. Daniel, let me come back up. I'm coming back up. Daniel Bell, awesome channel. Thank you. Kudos. LGCX here. I enjoy your channel. Awesome, Daniel. I'm glad you're enjoying it. How are you liking the CX? I honestly think the 77-inch does feel like a large upgrade size-wise. Techno Dad, thank you. Congratulations on 15K. I know this guy's got 100,000. Slow and steady. Slow and steady. Where the Coronado, you're gonna love it though when you get it, the 80. So keeping up with the Joneses, I remember when I saw you on Spirit Changes, and your name was Tristan back then. So now I'm going to start calling you Tristan because it's easier for me to go back and call you Tristan instead of keeping up with the Joneses when we're talking smack. Cole, what's up, buddy? Let's see. Yeah, Tristan. Call you Tristan. It's a butter name, Tristan. That's a good name. Brian is a crap name. Let's see. Thank you, Matt. All right, I'm going to go here. All right, Sounds of the Lambs, homie. All right, I'm going to go here. So we got 52 in here. I got some stamina. Who wants to hang out? Everybody, you guys want to get off or you want to hang out for a little bit more? Let's see. Favorite films of all time. That's what I want to hear right now. I want to hear favorite films all time. I want top 3. Whoever's hanging out, I want top 3. JF Priest, you go first. Top 3. Don't be shy. If you've got a guilty pleasure in the top 3. Brian, what's going on? Long time, Brian from Trinidad. Wow, my man. Hope all's well over there. Let's go X950. Brian, it's high hopes for it. It's supposed to be out at the end of this month. Now it's looking at mid-August, my friend. Mid-August. Let's see who came first. Who came first? Jesus. Samuel's up first. Samuel, Lord of the Rings, Dark Knight, not sure about 3. Is that Lord of the Rings trilogy, Samuel? Tristan's here all night. Oh, Brad going Vertigo. Vertigo, Godfather 2, Empire Strikes Back. Nice. Not Vertigo. Talking about when films were good. You got Brad putting Vertigo as number 1. Fantastic. Let's see. Joe Woody, really want the 83-inch G1? I know. There's no 83 G1, unfortunately. You'll see one. You'll see it next year, I promise. You'll see a G2. Let's see, Matt, we got Gangs of New York. It's a good pick. Daniel Day-Lewis, good pick. Not my favorite. Leo, and the chick from what's her name from Boogie Nights that didn't age well. Was whatever her. I forgot. Heather Graham. That didn't age well. But Jesus. Daniel Day-Lewis. Oh my gosh. First, I want to tell you, I had 2 bottles of this wine that are going. Probably should have eaten some dinner. Okay, let's see. So Gangs of New York, JFP Priest, Animal House, like that. Alien and Caddyshack. My man put Alien between Animal House and Caddyshack. I love that. I got you, Matt. Halloween, Big Trouble, Little China, Lost Boys. That is a great. What I love here is the differences in genres. My man went Halloween, Big Trouble, Little China, Lost Boys. What's so fascinating is the when you go into the making of Big Trouble, Little China, is like how hard it was to make that film, and they had no idea what the hell they were making, and it's freaking incredible. And like, what's so funny is Kurt Russell's character. I don't know how tall Kurt Russell is in real life. He looks like he's 6'7" in that movie, but he was supposed to be like a spoof on Americans, like the John Wayne. He was like his lipstick on his face. John Carpenter, man, unreal. Okay, Samuel, I got you. Braveheart, Jaws, and The Empire Strikes Back. Nice. Hold on. Here we go. Let me go back. Ooh, I skipped over somebody. All right. Techno Dad still hasn't put his top 3 up there. I know you can't just do 3. That's the problem. Tristan went Braveheart, Jaws, and Empire Strikes Back. Terry, you went Fifth Element? It's an interesting pick. I'll give you that. Daniel Bell, Kelly's Heroes. We're going just 1. Give me top 3. Socrates, Pulp Fiction, Blood In, Blood Out. Blood In, Blood Out. It's an interesting pick. Yeah, Hitchcock. Oh, my God. Here we go. Justin coming right. There's Justin from the foul line. Where's Justin? Where I lost Justin. Justin, hold on. Go back up to Justin. Dude, my mouse is like dying. My boy Justin went Raiders of the Lost Ark, Highlander, and Blade Runner. That's a tough list right there, bro. That's a great list, Justin. Cameron Diaz. That wasn't Heather Graham and Gangs of New York. Cameron Diaz. That shows you how forgettable. That was Cameron Diaz. Oh my gosh. That's right. She went from something about Mary and oh my God. Wow. If anybody goes back and watches this, Matt, and what's funny is Matt is like, yo, Cameron Diaz, bro. Jesus. Cameron Diaz clearly shows you how remember all that was. What was Heather Graham in? Heather Graham was in she was in the Jack the Ripper Johnny Depp one. Crap. That was from the same guys that did Jesus. Don't Be a Menace. They did that one. It was the Jack the Ripper was played by Bilbo Baggins from Lord of the Rings. I love that we're talking about movies now, TVs. Let's see. Oh, Craig, you got me. Raiders of the Lost Ark. Damn Yankees. Nice. Godfather. Nice. IRL's got Halloween, Alien, and Jaws, Jurassic Park are tied for 3. That's nice. I'll give you 3. Do I type in mine? Yay. I have a hard time pronouncing Y. YJT99. Gladiator. Ooh. Conan the Barbarian and Interstellar. I know top 3 is hard. For me, it's Jaws from Hell. Matt is correcting everything. Matt, come sit with me. Come sit here with me. I gotta go Jaws, 7, and The Thing. Might be there. Jaws, The Thing, 7. Alien, that's a tough one. But those, yeah, I'm pretty much in the same genre for my top 3. Oh, Black Manta out of nowhere. So Black Manta is going The Thing 1. Cool Hand Luke. Man of Steel. So you're covering a lot of different areas. Awesome. Jay Cino. All right, so Jay's picks are Halloween, Colors, and E.T. So Jay, you'll love this story. So my parents were divorced when I was very, very young. And you can tell your dad is bringing you to inappropriate movies. So I saw Predator in the movies, Highlander in the Predator too, the original Predator. And he took me to see all these films, and one of them was Colors. I saw Colors. I was very young. I was like, oh, what's this about? I thought it was like Breaking Electric Boogaloo. I was like, oh, this movie's pretty dark. Hey, Pac-Man. Let's see. Colors. Great song, though. Ice-T. All right, now I'm going back. Let's see. Jay, Colors not age appropriate. Back, you know what? A friend of mine has a theory on that. He said back in the day, unless it was a cartoon, films weren't made for kids. That certainly was one of them. Oh, okay. You're not the speakers, Woody. Woody, it took you that long to respond? All right, Woody. Awesome, Woody. Thanks, brother, for clarifying. I have Bucks, Packers, Man City, and golf picks mainly. I live in Wisconsin. All right. I'm not a big Instagram guy, obviously. I'm clearly not a social media guy. I'm surprised. I guess China's out. China bounced. These famous YouTubers, they pop in and say hi for a second. Terminator. See, that's where. So Terminator 1. All right, we got to talk here for a second. I want everybody, this homework. We're doing live stream homework. As your boy is now drinking. Second, that's empty. And that's empty. Wow. So Terminator. I missed it twice, Techno Dad. I don't have a guy here. My channel's small. Let me go back. All right, China, put your top 3 in here. So T1. Masterclass. It's a horror movie. Terminator 1 is a horror film, horror sci-fi. Arnold's look. When Arnold beats up the dude from I don't know any actors' names. I'll just put them in other movies. The jacked guy from the Steve Martin movie with the big nose. When his girl's got the Walkman on making something to eat, and he's laying in bed, and Arnold punches a hole in the pillow. Like, don't make me mess you up, man. When Arnold throws him around the room, and he doesn't easily just break his neck. It's physical. It's tangible. You feel that this guy, he ends up tackling Arnold, who at the time is like 1,000 pounds because he's a robot. But it's a horror film. And when Arnold comes out of the, especially when he's in the club and he takes the gun and his face, look at my face. My face. Ah. But later on, hasta la vista, baby. And I got the glasses. And Terminator 2 is amazing, don't get me wrong, but T1 has my heart. Socrates, homework, Whisperstatus 74 homework is watch Terminator, the original Terminator. The effects are, Reese, the guy, movie's perfect. That film is absolutely perfect. T2 is very good. Excellent film. The rest of them are, come on, they're, and I don't need to see Arnold anymore. Love Arnold. Very nice guy, very positive, but, let me talk to you, mother. Let's see. Socrates. So everybody, Terminator. Brian, we mentioned First Blood. Excellent film. Very, very good movie. Rambo, he was all like veined out and he was just all shredded. He was like shooting bow and arrows at helicopters. Did I miss Techno Dad's top 3? I did miss some again. All right, make me go back. Let's see. No, I can't find Techno Dad's top 3. So, guys, you think about it, man. This is how I run my live streams. It's like that Christmas party office thing where you work together, you don't hang out with that much, and then you just get banged up. Let's see. Brent, what's up, my man? So Brent is a friend at the bottom. You see Brent? Come on, blue. Very close with Brent's family. Brent plays Madden. Check Brent out if you guys love the Madden, the phone version. Any of these smaller channels, which I'm small, obviously. We got Chana in here with 100,000. But support any of these smaller creators. Brent plays Madden. Follow him. Go back, sub. Brent's Brent's going to be huge. Check out Brent. Brent's my boy. Much love, Brent. Let's see. I'm telling you, Chana, you know why? He's just not putting it out there. Scroll down, Brian. I'm at the bottom, Terry. Let's see. Jason Bread. Oh, go back. Jason Bread, where is he at? Jason Bread, do you watch Spider-Man? Which one, my friend? Like the original ones with Tobey Maguire, some old Garfield? Just tell me which ones you're talking about, Jay. Paulo, yeah, Terminator was a good follow-up. But again, that whole, hasta la vista, baby, that's cool in that movie. But then it just gets stupid. I think I have a good sense of humor. I just don't enjoy the slapstick, like, stuff. Total Recall. All right. Okay. Keep Tristan Woody's The Sound Up is from Texas. He's the IG guy. I don't know, Tristan. I just see, I'm not a big Instagram guy. The Warriors, Matt. Oh my God. Warriors. Yeah. Forget about what the hell is that? Forget about the So Warriors always gets that warrior and a little guy from Dreamscape. Again, look at me. I don't even know the actor's name from Dreamscape. Great movie. Got the Chuck. He's got the nunchucks. But the dude who played Ajax was a beast in the Warriors when he's running from the baseball Furies, and he turns around and when he's running and he goes, "I can't run anymore." And he goes, "Are you sure?" He's like, "Yeah." And he turns around. He's like, "I'm gonna take that bat. I'm gonna shove it up your." Yo, Ajax. That movie's phenomenal. When he gets busted, though, broke my heart. Ajax. If you guys don't know who Ajax was, he was the father in Dexter. All right. Hannibal. The show, Paolo, or the film? So China when okay. I used to do a good Van Damme thing. Let's see. Techno Dad. Braveheart 1. Saving Private Ryan 2 and Backdoor Sluts 9. Not Backdoor Sluts 8, bro. Is 9? Freaking China. Jason Bread, The Beatles. I probably missed much of your comments. Let's see. Did I like The Prestige? Very much. I love The Prestige. I'm going to tell you my issue with Christopher Nolan, though. Love Memento. My bad, China. Did you send me that? Yes, he sent me a. My cat is playing with another bowl. What's it called? Dude, relax. Hold on a second. Dude, my God, play with some of your toys. All right, hold on. Okay. My boy Techno Tag got no patience. So Van Damme, somebody said Van Damme in here. Where was it? Who said Van Damme? Who said Van Damme? Where did it go? Van Damme. Jason Bread. Cough, 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 cough. Toby. I like the first one. Oh, no, the second one was good. Those are good. The third one was awful. The third movie ruined it for me, Jason. As I think it's I can't watch that third one. Man, that cringe where he's like dancing and his hair is like, and it's like Venom in the comics basically almost kills Rhino, and in the film he goes dancing and like pushes a bouncer. Some problem with that, dude. Stop playing with. All right, man. It's like Noah's Ark over here. This is so crazy. China, what are you talking about? Oh, did you see China's talking? See, China's professional YouTuber. I'm just part-time. All right. Where are we at? Spider-Verse was great, but the Van Damme. Oh, you sent me in a text, Techno Dad. So Van Damme, man. Loved Van Damme. Yo, I swear to God, dude, my cat is playing with plates. Yo, chill out, bro. Jesus. All right, check it out. So Van Damme, right? Obviously, those of you that know Van Damme was supposed to be the Predator and wasn't. And he's like 5'4" or whatever he is. But his accent, if you guys remember not Best of the Best. It was No Retreat, No Surrender. He played like a Russian. But when he did his accent, like in was a Kickboxer, when he's drunk, he's like, Zien, why this guy struck the heart to me? But he had this was it Bloodsport? He's like, I want to be the best I can be. Forticana, my Chidoshi. And the way he spoke was so, I loved his accent, was so thick. Van Damme was the man. Why those guys strike the heart to me? It was a Kickboxer when his brother is like all sweaty and like fighting with ice. He's like, Alex, don't do this one. The way he spoke, I want to be the best I can be. Don't do this one. All right, guys, have some patience. I'm reading these things on a Surface Pro. Oh, it's Socrates. Any of the old Van Damme movies. Don the Swan. All right. All right. I watch Don the Swan. Eric, I watched this guy. He was kicking it. The pastor was coming down. Universal Soldier. Yeah, that was a good movie. Is it Drago? Do you hear me? He's like eating popcorn. Van Damme. Yeah. He was like, yeah. Oh, shite. All right. Clearly this is why your boy's channel is not growing. Doing live streams like this. The movie he did though was at VCD. That was deep, man. That was deep. That movie was deep. He talks about like his career falling off. Oh my god. Jackie Chan, Jet Li, yeah, those are good. Go back and watch. I'm telling you, watch what's it called? Watch Brotherhood of the Wolf. Love that film. Alex Don the Swan. Van Damme always looking like Bloodsport. Okay. Joe. Oh, thanks, Joe Woody. I appreciate it. Very, very nice. Super chat. Thank you so much. Again, not necessary, but very cool of you. IRL, some great trilogy here. The actor that played Ajax was supposed to play Corporal Hicks in Aliens. Not sure I could picture anyone but Michael Biehn in that role. True. To expand on that, he's also in the scene from the back when they have the shotgun and he's looking around when they first see all of the walls. That was also him. They left him in for that. Yes, he did not make it. Michael Biehn is the man. Yuket01D, very, very cool. Thank you for the super chat. Awesome. Very, very nice, you guys. Again, super chats are not necessary, but very, very appreciated. That's very cool, you guys. Nolan or Tarantino? Very, again, Tarantino is great. Tarantino is very cool. Thank you for the super chat. Oh, Techno Dad, $5. Nice. Thank you so much, man. I'm hilarious. Chana, thank you so much, man. Let's get together. We'll do a stream together, man. Thank you for stopping in, brother. Thank you for the super chat and congratulations on 100,000, man. Huge. If you guys don't know Chana, please go back and hit up his channel. Awesome guy. Very knowledgeable. Just very, very good dude. And we did a stream together. Hopefully we'll do another one together as well, my friend. Tarantino, yes. Yes, best conversations. He's phenomenal. Nolan, I love Nolan. The whole muffled dialogue thing, and there's a little bit of always trying to make a like M. Night Shyamalan, who does where everything's kind of a everything's a twist. Again, switch it up. But Memento, work of art. I think the Batman stuff kind of messed up his vibe a little bit as far as being original, but love his stuff too. Let's see. Black Mantle. They need JVCD as Cage. I know, right? Don the Swan. All right. Tristan, did you watch Chana and I do? Chana, I'm saying it. Chana and I do our live stream was fun. Inception was phenomenal, Socrates. That was a good movie. I gotta learn some of these guys act. T1 boyfriend. Yeah, that was. So my boy Paul. Again, Paul, you're doing the same thing I'm doing. You're not giving me the actor's name. You're giving me the character of the dude from another movie. So here's Paul. He says, Brian, where he is. Paul goes, Brian, in T1, the boyfriend killed. Wasn't that Rick Rossovich from Top Gun? Absolutely. Paul, that's what I'm saying, though, is that we're not even giving the guy's real name. I had a chance to meet Willem Dafoe, right? Or I met him on the street. Tiny guy. And he was talking to some fans and he was signing autographs. And I walked by him and I was like, this guy has been in amazing movies. I look him dead in the face. I go, I loved you in Streets of Fire, which is such an obscure film. And he was like, what? Streets of Fire out of all the movies. Thanks, Chana. Take care, brother. It's like, and I met the character, the guy that played Marlowe in The Wire. I saw him at Virgin Megastore in New York, and I walked by him and saw him eye to eye. Tall guy, actually. The guy that played Marlowe Stanfield. And I was like, oh, snap. It's Marlowe. I never stopped to say what's up. I just I don't care what their real names are. Here's the thing, guys. When it comes to like actors and even musicians, I don't give a crap what they think, just entertain me. I don't care about their personal lives. So for me, I don't want to know anything about them. I just want to, so I don't care if I know their name. Oh, Paulo likes the Van Damme, loves the Van Damme. I used to be good. I used to do Gremlins, all those impersonations when I was little. But don't do this one, Paulo, don't do this one. Forticana, my shidoshi. And was it a Lionheart? He's like, it's a treasury, Nicole. Take the money. He says money. Let's see. Good morning. Nice to meet you. How are you? It's so funny. So when I do the videos at times, if I screw up, which I do a lot, but I'll talk freestyle for 40 minutes. I don't give a crap. I'll keep the likes and the ands. But there's one of the videos where I screw up and I stutter and I'm like, the whole screen I made all choppy. How are you? Nice to meet you. Good morning. Let's see. Look up John Claude Johnson on Amazon. I'll check it out, Terry. Good morning. How are you? Nice to meet you. But the Van Damme one, he's like, don't do this one. Was it when he's playing, was it Bloodsport? When he's playing karate, he's playing with the dude from the Nerds, Revenge of the Nerds. Jackson, the big Jack guy. Reminds me of my dad, but he's playing the video game Karate Champ. And he's like, aren't you a little bit young for the kumite? He goes, the way Van Damme says it, his hair is all parted. And he's got like the white pants on. He's all ripped. He goes, aren't you a little bit old for video games? The way he says it though, aren't you a little bit old for video games? Let's see. Chun-Li is weak in the stomach. Aren't you a little bit old for video games? Jesus, I really shouldn't drink and do these. All right, let's go back up. Where are we? Bloodsport, Socrates. Don't do this one. Yeah, Jay. Don't trust me. I watch this guy. Don't do this one. Alex. No, Alex is actually, that's Scarface when he's like, Alex, you there? I told you, you monkey. Not to fuck me. Let's see. Scarface, watching Scarface too is funny too. Going back, what a good movie. But the, Pacino, you say Colombians that make these eyes. But I love that. I love Sosa. Sosa, Class A chick. Okay. Tony, when they attack the house, and Tony does all the blow on the table. And he's like, Alex, and he gets on the phone. He's like, Tony, what happened? They found what was under the car. He's like, we'll do it next month. I'll do it next month. I told you not to fuck me. I told you. All right. Okay, where we go? And there's in Brass Tacks, we are talking about when Al Pacino and Scarface is watching he's watching the guy he's supposed to blow him up, and he's like, the way he says cocaine, he goes, he's not your average drug dealer. The native cocaino. He says it. He's like, what's your problem, Alex? We got a problem, Tony. I told you, no kiss. Little kiss. Dude, I'm telling. So I'm gonna tell you guys, the Czech channel, my Tyson, we champion the world. The Czech channel part of it, of what I do. I'm very passionate about tech. But dude, this is Manolo. Oh, Jay. When he sits in the chair and he's like, how do I do that? And he's like, He goes, Manolo. Thank you, Braveheart. Singapore, Braveheart. What time is it over there, my friend? I shouldn't drink and do these proceeds to take another sip. Come on, Black Mantle. I mean, that's the best thing. See that one where the Pacino, man, his mom, you know, she's like, everything you touch, you destroy. Coconut Grove, what that kind of money you give to her? 9:40 a.m. Braveheart. Damn, what time is it here? 9:47. Nice. Thank you, my friend. Braveheart's been part of the community for a long time. But fly, pelican, fly. If you guys like Scarface, the best documentary ever made. Oh, we're losing everybody. We got 38 left. Your boy's definitely losing people. Watch Cocaine Cowboys. Oh my God. It talks all about the crime wave back then. Fly, pelican. Let's see. Okay, here we go. Yeah, it is a tech channel at heart, but I'm just like I'm telling you guys, I can do. First of all, if YouTube didn't have so much copyright, I'd be doing movie reviews all day, every day. I'd be giving you top 10 lists. I'd be doing all that. Plus, I have kids, little kids, boys, girls, don't matter. I got a family and work and all that. And I own my own business and everything. So there's always that. But it's little kids, boys, girls. Oh, as long as there's a nurse. I'm just here to distract you guys more than and distract myself is all. I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know about you guys in your own life. I remember, like, I don't know if you're like a big, sports fan or whatever. A lot of times your passion, whatever you like, is singular in your own world, right? So obviously, I love movies. My uncle, Robert, he's a couple years older than me. He was my movie guy, and we're all in the films. And now it's like, there's you guys. You're the guys I talk to. You're the guys I hang out with. So even though we're losing people, there's only 30 of us left. If there's 2 people in here, I don't care. So when I make a video, if it gets 100 views or 1,000 views, it's hard to say you don't care, but honestly, I don't give a crap. It's just, I'm here to, like, YouTube is just, that's what it is for me. It's never going to be a business. It's going to be just camaraderie. It's going to be spending time with you guys. It's going to be, here we are for 3 hours and 15 minutes. And, people are like, oh, you're watching. Nah, dude, we're just chilling. We're just hanging out, so let's see. Central Intelligence. No, love that word. So let's go ahead and I don't even know how to get rid of you. So we're going to put you in timeout. Central Intelligence. Don't love that word, my friend. First hater of the night. Jay, what's up? Central Intelligence in timeout. Let's see. I don't know if I did it on purpose, but. Oh, Red Heat? Cocaine. Central Intelligence, if you were trying to be cool, I apologize for putting you in timeout, but you can't have that word on YouTube, brother. So keeping up with the Joneses. Your new name is Tristan, okay? Why would you not have Tristan as your name? Tristan's is, I'm going to change my name to Tristan. Brian is just like, Tristan, trust me, don't do this one. Don't do this live stream. Just answer the question. So just think, when he's in Bloodsport and he's talking to the reporter, and she's gorgeous, by the way, back then. He's like, she's like, why would you do this? He's like, he goes, we put me reporter. What did you want to do? She's like, I don't know. He goes, just answer the question. She goes, I wanted to be the best reporter I could be. He goes, that's what I want to do. I want to be the best I can be for Tikana, my Shidoshi. And there's a scene when he cuts his hat off and he goes, I didn't mean to steal it. Oh, the town is underrated. Yeah. But you know the problem with the town, Kung Fu Kenny? Affleck did it to himself. Did it to himself, my friend. He did it to himself. when you want to be that, he's doing it again. When you want to do that, Jennifer Lopez, you want to be all. It's hard for me to take you serious. When you, in The Town, he was great. The Boston accent thing get a little crazy, you know. You're a cop, but he was great in that film. He really was. He was good. But you can't expect me again to take you serious. That's like me tomorrow doing a live stream where I'm saying I'm not going to have a cocktail. That's clearly not accurate. So you can't come out and want me to believe you as another character if you're going to be all over, you know, doing what you do. You know, Affleck is a good, but it's just Affleck. Yeah, I don't know. And Batman, like you picked him as Batman. God, he's a big dude though. He's like 6'4". Only 1/8 after. I'm telling you, not bad. Some guy. What's up, man? Yeah, I do all right. You know, let's see. Where are we? Gratitude, not gratitude. This a little too much drinking for me to understand that one. The Departed, on the other hand, oh, Jay, The Departed. Marky Mark, a little bit, you know, but I love when Alec Baldwin's like, what are you, a fitness guy? What are you, go fuck yourself. He doesn't want to smoke. Great movie, though. Leo. Good Will Hunt. There's a theory I have with Tristan, with Matt Damon. Matt Damon was the hot thing. Rounders. A lot of films. Then he went and he did The Talented Mr. Ripley, and Philip Seymour Hoffman and Jude Law just acted him off the screen, and his character was very cringe, and that hurt him. And then he came back with a moth right here. Oh, you're dead. He came back with Born Identity. But Matt Damon, he was the hot thing. But I'm telling you, Jude Law was amazing, and Philip Seymour Hoffman, phenomenal. Sleepers, great film. That was filmed in Newtown. Sandy Hook, as many of you know, we're at a Fairfield Hills mental institution. So I love about making videos there. Excellent film. Obviously, the subject matter, horrible. Kevin Bacon, phenomenal in that. The Born Identity movies, I did like them. They brought in that Taken crazy camera fighting, you know, where you can't see anything. And then John Wick brought in that whole like one scene action, you know. All right. Ashes of Time. My boy trying to be obscure right now. Let's see. Kung Fu Kenny. Pattinson, that whole Twilight thing. I had a funny Twilight story too. I went to see that in the theater with a girl back in the day. Can't talk about that, but it was funny shit. Daniel Day-Lewis is the best actor in history. That dude's unreal. Socrates, are there any good sport movies besides boxing? Oh, yeah. There's a ton of good sport movies. The Champ will make you cry. Oh, that's boxing. The Sleeper is excellent. Good sport movies. Invincible was good. The Program was fantastic. Who's got some program for me? Last of the Mohicans. Program was great. That juiced up guy was the man. Let's see. A lot of good sport movies. Moneyball. Oh, here they go. Moneyball's right here. A lot of good sport flicks, actually. All right. Jay's seen a dialogue in Scarface. Well, you'll keep your stuff. All right. Manolo. I'm way back up. Tristan, I'm so happy for this tonight. I needed this. Me too, man. Me too. Alex. You say Colombians, they make these eyes. I don't like Colombia. You guys ever see Scarface on regular TV? Dude, Scarface on regular TV when he said, so the funny thing about regular TV back in the day is I'm watching those movies when we had, so I'm watching Scarface on regular TV back when we had regular TV. And next to me would be like Scarface Special Edition. Yet you're too lazy to put the movie in, so you're sitting there watching. And in the beginning, he was like, "Where'd you get that scar, tough guy?" And he's like, "I got that from eating." He goes, "You get that from eating, you know, boozy." He's like, and in the edited version, he goes, "You got that from eating pineapple?" He's like, "Why do I got a face like that eating pineapple?" Oh crap! All right. Okay, Coquiano. Oh, I gotta go back to the end. Okay, Friday Night Lights, definitely. Yo, Scarf, I'm telling you, Tristan, I got a scar like that eating pineapple. You got enough money, you got the power. Let's see. Yeah, Warrior is definitely under. Alex, you there? You're not there, Tony. I told you, Tony. When he says, I gotta hand it to you, Mr. Sosa. Class A chip. But he looks so banged up too. All right, there's 30 of us left. Yes, nice decline after 3 hours. Let's see. But I don't care. Do I care? I don't care. The thing is, should I leave this as a video after? Do any of you guys think these are decent to leave as a video? I don't edit them. I just put them up. Oh, Warrior, Kung Fu Kenny. That is a great. Now you're gonna you're gonna make it serious. It's that song Today when he's like, Tommy, I'm sorry. He's like, oh man, oh, dude. So the best scene for crying. All right, we're gonna talk about something real deep right now. We're gonna get real deep right now. So talking about my buddy Cody and I. Shout out to Cody who doesn't watch these. We're talking about Rocky 3 when Stallone gets knocked out and Mick dies and they take that thing away from his face. And when he goes in the back and he talks to Rocky, or Rocky talks to Mick, he's like, how'd it go? He's like, he goes, knockout, second round. I think it was the second round. He's like, good. And then he goes, when he dies, he's like, no. But then he goes, Mick, Mick, and that's why I always do that when I would do like a crying scene. It's like the Warrior is like, Mick. Obviously, I don't care how I look if I'm that animated, but you guys remember, if you guys are Rocky fans, you remember that scene? Mick. A lot of more for you. A lot of more for you. Mr. T was scary as hell in that movie. Hey, woman. Hey, woman. Come by my apartment. Oh, you guys want me to leave it up as a video? Juggernaut just got a 75-inch QN90A. Almost forgot that my main topic is TVs. Yeah, and I'm blown away. Like it much better than my C9 and 950H. What are your thoughts on the QN90A? Juggernaut, thank you for jumping in and bringing the conversation back to TVs. This is what I do on this channel. I used to talk more about televisions. The QN90A to me is the best LED this year by a wide margin. I actually like the Samsung quite a bit. So congratulations, Juggernaut. I think you got the best. And to me, in the video that I did, it was is the Q98 was a return to form for Samsung for me, because it went back to saturation, it went back to peak brightness, and went back to Samsung trying not to be an OLED and going back to their roots, which is being an LED. So congratulations, Juggernaut, for bringing this channel back to what these are, which is TVs. But I'm glad you love it. And honestly, Juggernaut, for you to say that you're blown away by it, that's what we all look for when it comes to these displays, is that wow factor. To get into those panels and say, wow, damn, this is beautiful. Sit back and go, wow, that's nice. So, Juggernaut, I'm glad that you feel that way. I'm glad you love your display. Jacino, Carlito's way is tough. I'm going to tell you why Carlito's way is tough. Because my boy got back into overacting. There's a scene where he's like punching. He's like, Gale. He has this weird accent where he's like... Carlitos, he says this weird accent, and he's like, come on, Gale. Sean Penn was amazing in that movie, and it was good. Benny Blanco from the Bronx, decent movie. Carlito's Way is not my favorite, but it's okay. It's a good movie. Rocky 3. Mick. Let's see. My favorite TV subcircuit and Mother Chucker. Yeah. Let's see. Hey, Brian, a little off topic, but Poirier won by stoppage. Definitely the better fighter than McGregor. He has done and very unprofessional. Paulo, I definitely agree with you. I am, talk about McGregor. To me, he's just he's like the YouTube trolls that you see. They just say what they say to get, just to get a reaction. And as I mentioned earlier with Conor McGregor, it's like there's times where I love how brash he is, how quick he was and clever he was, but now he's just acting. I mean, he's up there like Jolie's what? I'm like, what are you doing, bro? He's just corny, and he's just famous at this point. He's not a fighter anymore. Back to Rocky 3. You ain't been hungry since you won that belt. My grandfather was good friends with Burgess Meredith. Put it out there. But it's hard in the fight game to be famous and to be wealthy and to be hungry. In any other sport, you can still rock it wealthy, but not in fighting. Conor McGregor is just a name now. And I want to believe it, but the stuff he's doing with this dude's wife and all these excuses. Yeah, he broke his leg. I get that. But he was losing that fight anyway. So as far as I'm concerned, and I'm done with him anyway. I can't deal with that. Changing personalities. I'm a martial artist. I love everything. And then all of a sudden he's like, I'm crazy. Woo! It's just ridiculous. So I love Dustin. He's a great dude. Bronx Tale, great movie. Excellent movie. Hard to see De Niro in that role because he wasn't. But again, fantastic. Chaz Palminteri's awesome. What happened with Colangelo, I saw him in Connecticut, met him. Terrible. I mean, that's terrible what happened to him. Drugs are awful. Terrible, terrible. Mickey Mantle, yeah, that's a good movie, and that was very very realistic. You guys got to watch on YouTube Michael Franchese. He's well known. He's got a channel. He was one of the most famous mobsters who he has a channel now. He talks a lot about he was a made man. You guys familiar with any real mob stuff? Check out his channel. He's incredible. But he talks about Bronx Tale being very accurate to the way it really was back then. Let's see where we are. All right, guys, 4 people left. We got 3 hours and 32 minutes. It's 10:04. I guess we passed that 9:30 mark. Let's go 10:15 for me. Let's see. Socrates, you martial arts. I used to do some Aikido, not Krav Maga. No, I just do Tai Chi. Awesome. Very cool. Tai Chi, doing that as relaxing, almost meditation. I did Taekwondo, Tang Soo, and I boxed. So, but I always love martial arts due, again, to the discipline of it. And to get your ass kicked was great. I love to box. I love the fitness. I'm not as fit as I used to be. But martial arts, definitely. But it's just this whole thing with Conor is martial arts. I'm a martial arts guy. And then he turns into this like YouTube, and I hate that these YouTubers are in boxing. I mean, I love boxing. Boxing is my favorite sport. And to see it with this YouTube thing, which is so ironic because I'm a YouTube person, but to see this nonsense in boxing breaks my heart. I mean, it hurts me. It hurts me because Marvin Hagler is my favorite fighter. Boxing, its history is unreal. And to see it turn into what it is now is unbelievable. Yeah, the Lilo thing was terrible, Tristan. And the Lilo thing, a lot of people, just drugs. I mean, just very, very terrible for what happened to that young man. I mean, he not him, but the guy he was with shot a cop actually. But it's just a terrible story about. And honestly, I wish there was more focus paid to these young actors, whether it's young models or young actors. What happens to them after they have this meteoric rise, and then they crash. They crash and burn. And what's crazy, I did a post on DMX, and when he passed away, and DMX was 53, 54 years old. But the problem I have with what happened with DMX or any of these celebrities, is when they're famous, they're famous. When they start to fall, they report on every single issue, every DWI, every divorce, everything with money. Then the minute they die, it comes time to now make money on their memory. So whether it's when they're done, let's give a perfect example. You know, you're seeing like Justin Bieber. All right. So Justin Bieber. Baby, baby, baby. All right, so Justin Bieber. No, this guy's from Canada. Heartthrob. He's a little kid. Gets in a lot of trouble. And then this dude works his way back. Whether you like the guy or not, right? Whether you like him at all or not, he's supposed to be dead. The way the media would have grinded that kid up, he was supposed to be dead. I know, Socrates, but keep in mind, that level of fame, the Lindsay Lohans of the world, if you look back at them, Corey Haim, I mean, talk, you know, in the comments right now, there's only 36 of us. You know, talk about right now in the comments, tell me, child star. Who's the most tragic child star? You got Gary Coleman, you know, but Corey Haim, you know, Lindsay Lohan, those are all like trashy names by, if you look at their news articles after, especially if you look at Corey Haim. But look at him and Lucas. Look at him when they were younger. Lindsay Lohan when she was younger. They can't, Britney Spears, they can't wait to watch you fall. And there's a lot of studies being done now recently on why people are losing interest in actors and stars and big musicians. They're losing interest because they're so David Hogan, River Phoenix. Yeah, he would have been, I mean, he had the whole package. But the concept, what I'm saying before is people are losing interest in famous people because they're so protected and they're so measured. So every interview, so when you're watching YouTube or TikTok or all of this, you're watching somebody be real, right? So you can watch them cancel themselves. You can watch them screw up. You can watch them be real. And look, I'm a small channel, but when you look at people fall in love with YouTubers or TikTok, not me, much larger. Dude, we're here hanging out. We're hanging out. You're getting the real person. And then because it's not as constrained, you watch them flame out. You can watch them get canceled. You can watch a dude just cancel his channel or whatever. That's why people are fascinated with these guys and girls, because they can get close to them. But you're seeing with like TikTok and these young girls, and they're killing themselves. You're seeing K-pop. They're dying every day. These young actors, they're getting just burned out. They're right on cue, my boy. Is it better to burn out or fade away? Think about my boy Kurgan. Happy Halloween, ladies. I have something to say. It's better to burn out than to fade away. True. The difference is when they're young like that. You imagine hitting your peak at 12, 13 years old. You know, a pretty famous guy died around the same week as Heath Ledger. And he was in The Bully. He was in, I can't remember his name right now. He was in Apt Pupil. He was in Sleepers, as a matter of fact. He died in the same week as Heath Ledger, and Brad Renfro was his name. So we chew them up, we spit them out. We love watching their fall. And that's why the Justin Bieber thing is interesting, is because this dude literally was like, F you, I'm back. And now he's like respected, and he just, I mean, I don't love his music or anything, but it's just, I don't know how the hell we started talking about this, but you know what I'm saying. God, this channel is all over the map. Yeah. Let's see. Oh, J to the M. I know you jumped in a while ago. What's up, my man? Baby, baby, baby. Oh. Love Max Holloway. Olsen twins. You know, they went on it, but they see the Olsen twins spun it and they became a corporation. So they were ahead of like the Kardashian thing. I don't give a crap about reality TV at all, but I do think like Dana Plato, a lot of that stuff, so many of them are dead. If you're somebody that follows wrestling, like all those guys are dead. It's, but give him credit for that respect. That dude stayed alive. All right, here we go. I think Brian is a secret believer. Baby. Shit. No, I'm just happy the dude's alive, no doubt. Did I see the movie The Kids? Yes, I did see that back in the day, no doubt. No doubt. Yeah, it's true. But the acting thing, I mean, you'll be surprised. When you go back and watch older films, for me, the original one's probably Drew Barrymore. Someone else brought up Linda Blair. Now you have people that are like, oh, I made a movie 5 years ago and it messed me up. Like these, like, was it Scarlett Johansson's? Like, oh, I think I was bothered by doing Black Widow. Get out of here. I'm talking about Linda Blair being like 13 years old doing Exorcist. Tell me about it's a whole nother conversation. Oh, Matt, you're bouncing? Good night, brother. 39 left. All right. We're dwindling. Graphic horror movie that disturbed me very easily. It is Henry. Shit. What the hell's the name of it? Henry. I forgot the name of it. It was the guy from Walking Dead. Not Michael. Henry, the Portrait of a Serial Killer is the most disturbing one I've ever seen. Let's see. Yeah, McGregor, it's just an act, man. He's just an actor right now. He's just a YouTuber right now. Henry the Serial Killer, that was the movie. What do you think of The Witch? What Witch, Kenny? I've not seen it. That's a new film. IRL, I'll see you. Thanks for popping in, my friend. I guess 3 hours, 41 minutes. Ooh, 8 millimeter. Oh, my God. You know what was great in that 8 millimeter? Joaquin Phoenix. Phenomenal in 8 millimeter. And the guy that played Machine, he was from The Wire. And then James Gandolfini. To 8 millimeter. Jesus. Great movie. I'll check out The Witch. You got who else brought up The Witch up there? I'll definitely check. The 8 millimeter, it's another homework assignment. Fantastic movie. All right, I'll check out The Witch. All right, I got you. Black Phillip. Now, see, now, gotta be careful. I'm not into like the whole centipede thing. I'm not trying to get into the worst film I've ever seen. It still has to have, remember, dialogue and story. Let's see. All right. 3 hours, 42 minutes. Color Out of Space. Never heard of that one, brother. Let's see. 8 millimeter. Machine. Do I study the paranormal? Is that that's your name, actually? Question mark. I don't know if you have a comment. Is that your screen name? Come on. Tell me what your question is, please. Mia. Give me a Mia. Come on. Let's see. All right. 37 people. Your boy's 2 bottles in. Predator. Come on. Kill me a Mia. Do it. Come on. You know the best part about Predator? I'm going to tell you right now. The best part of Predator is that Arnold's got destroyed in that movie. And at the end, when he's fighting the guy, he's like, whack. He's like punching him in the face. He's like, and what's cool about Arnold in that film, when you're in the, when he's in the infrared, he is that Arnold's going away. He's like, like he was getting his ass kicked. He doesn't come back and win because that would be stupid. He's fighting an alien. But that's what I love about that film. Again, Predator is a horror movie. Let's see. Do I study paranormal Italian? Forza. Congratulations, my man. You won a World Cup. William, bringing it back to TVs. Am I excited for the Hisense 8K? If and when it drops, I am. Definitely, William. I'll definitely check it out. Again, the problem I had with Hisense and TCL and those guys, it's like this. It's just this online only thing. And is he asking if I study paranormal? I do, actually. I have. Jed, don't do this one. Tell your girlfriend that we say a lot. Because, I mean, Jed, didn't your girlfriend was on last time? Oh, this dude, his drunk. Now, don't be disrespectful, Italian guy. He's putting his drunk. You jumping into a live stream, bro, almost 4 hours. Yeah, I'm a little banged up. Jay, take it easy, bro. He's drunk. See, I'm going to get toxicity at almost 4 hours. Let's see how that goes. Nick Cage has a new movie out Friday. Nah, Nick Cage couldn't figure out if someone had to help you. Okay. I'll give you one more comment before I put you out. Oh, tell her I said hi. Think his English isn't that good. That's all. That's okay. Baby. Brock Lesnar. Brock had an issue with his heart or something. All right, guys, we are at 3 hours. You read it wrong. Okay, my man, just write it better, bro. J to the M, what's up? I'm trying, buddy. I'm trying. 4 hours live stream. It's not Prime Day or anything. So I'm just hanging out with you guys. A couple bottles of wine in. But we're in the heavyweight division, so. J to the M, what games are you playing, my friend? Nick Cage, though, Tristan, I mean, come on, bro. It's been a minute. That dude's doing those B movies. He's doing them Billy Zane movies. You know, Billy Zane. All right, guys, I am all caught up on the comments. So that means it's time to bounce. So we are at 3 hours, 46 minutes, 57 seconds. All right, guys, I am going to leave. We are at 10:20. The chat has stalled. John Hooper. Oh, my God. JT. First of all, John from Vienna is in with the smiles. JT, have you been in the comments the whole time, JT? Give JT some love. The hardest working man I know. Big martial artist. He's a beast. JT, how are you, my friend? You're going to work? What's up, my man? John Hooper from Vienna. What's up, John? Damn, even Paul's going to bed. All right, guys. Everybody's bouncing. All right, so my routine for live streams is we sign out, say goodnight, and we'll watch it count down. When it gets to like 15, we will knock it down. Paulie, good night. Thank you again. Good night. John Hooper, 4 a.m. That's my boy. Good night. Socrates, good night. Let's say good night. Tristan, good night. Take care, everybody. As you're walking out of the theater, just say good night. Even if you haven't commented this whole live stream, take this second to say good night. Terry, take it easy. Who else we got? Come on, guys. Say good night as we bounce. I don't want to end it with 33 people still in here. Socrates, take it easy. Tristan, take it easy. Bye, guys. Aaron, good night, my man. Jordan, have a great night. David, take it easy. Awesome, JT. I'm glad everything is going all right, man. Hit me up in the comments so we can catch up. I hope all is well where you are. It's got to be tough out there. I hope things are good. Paulie, take it easy. Thanks, brother. 35 of you left. All right, come on, guys. Let's walk out of the theater together. Rachel, you still in here? How you not comment the whole time? Rachel, take it easy. Tell your spouse I said hello. Hope all is well at work. 30 left. All right, guys. Say goodnight. Kevin, take it easy. have a great night. Thanks for watching, my friend. 29. Let's get it down to 0 before we close it up. Stevie F, have a great night. Black Mantle, take it easy. We're down to 26. Thanks for hanging out with me, guys. We are almost at the 4-hour mark. 23 people still in the house. Black Mantle, have a great night. All right, guys, like I said, picture we're in a movie theater. We're hanging out. You guys are leaving. Just say goodbye. Kevin, have a great night. Let's see who else we got. Anybody left? 26 of us left. All right, guys, we're signing out in 5 minutes. So we're going to keep saying goodbye to you guys. I want to say thank you for all of you that have watched. Kung Fu, Kenny, take it easy, man. I've spent the last almost 4 hours with me. And this has just been a thank you for 15,000 subscribers. Again, we cover everything we can in these live streams, but it's really just about us spending time together. So no real topics. Sheshik, you're waiting for this? I'll talk to you, man. Hit me up with a couple comments. You want to hit me up with a couple comments if you're just jumping in late. I'll hang out with you for another 5 minutes. Sheshik, how are you, my friend? Thanks for jumping in. This was like a happy hour, or happy 4 hours, I should say. All right, guys, we are 10:23. I'm Sheila. Oh, how are you, Sheila? Yeah, forgive me. It's hard reading these names. How you doing, Sheila? Thanks for being part of the community and the family. Hopefully you watch the channel. Hope everything is going well with you, wherever you're located. Thanks for popping in. It was a much different live stream 4 hours ago. A couple of bottles of wine in. You missed some pretty animated conversation. Hope things are well with you. We had a lot of comments. All right, guys, we are going to call it a night. HTH picked up the Samsung Q950A on Amazon. What do you think? Are you happy with it? I can't think of any of the questions I had for you. I'll write them down for next time. I'll watch on replay. Sheila, it's going to be a long watch, my friend, but I want to just say thank you to you and to HTH for watching. And thank you so much for being part of the community. But I'm always here. This is a long live stream. Find out when I get it. Oh, okay. Let me know how you like it. Sheila, thank you. I have a new fan. Sheila, you just jumped on for the first time? Let's see. Yeah, let me know. HTH, let me know how you like it when you get it. Sheila, I appreciate it for being part of, again, a community and a family. We are at 3 hours, 52 seconds. Nope, we've conversed. We have. Uh-oh. How are you a new fan then, if we've conversed? Thanks, HCH. Sometimes people on YouTube have different names. They jump in and out. But thank you for jumping in, Sheila. All right, guys, we're going to call it 26 people left. We're going to do a little countdown, say goodbye. If you're leaving the theater, I commented on do you do AVS forums? I do not, Sheila. I do not. I'm not on the forums at all. Don't have a lot of time. I do respect the forums. Don't get me wrong. I just don't have a lot of time to be in them. So, but thank you for coming. If I missed you on other videos, I apologize. Jennifer, you better hit me up on the phone. I think, Jennifer, you weren't watching this whole time, Jennifer. You just popped back in. You better hit me up on Messenger. Sheila, what other videos were you commenting on? 20 left. All right, guys. Countdown. 21 of people left. Terry, still in here. Jennifer wasn't watching this whole time, Terry. I'm going to tell you. Jennifer is way too busy to watch this much unless she had me in the background. I just finished practicing my Korean. Jen. Multi languages. Sheila, recent reviews of both plasma and LEDs. You're going to buy plasma or an LED? You're buying some retro stuff, Sheila? Jennifer, you going on vacation or are you doing a project? I'm going to just hit you up on Facebook. We'll talk there, unless you're going to sleep. All right, guys, it is 3 hours, 55 minutes. Almost everybody is gone. Last call. Thank you guys for being part of doing a project. You're working. Jen, you're working. Can't wait to see it. Today's video was awesome. Not sure which Sheila. I'm a Panny Plasma fan. Meant to say OLED. Right now, I can't go wrong right now with the A80 and A90. CX, C1, phenomenal. C1's fantastic. Very safe bet, Sheila. You think coming from plasma, you'll really appreciate OLEDs. Not only contrast ratio, but brightness as well. Probably the one thing plasma lacked. Paolo, take it easy, my friend. Much love to you. Please be safe where you are. Get that vaccine if you can, and I will talk to you soon. Sheila, easy. You love Sony, Sheila, then A80J is the safest bet. But Sheila, if you're on a budget, if you're on a budget, AAH, phenomenal buy right now. AAH at 55, 60. What size are you looking for, Sheila? Sheila, I'm waiting. What size are you looking for? You looking for a 55, 65? 75. Okay. No 75-inch OLEDs, Sheila. So you're going to have to go with the 77 A80J. If you love Sony, my 65 shrunk. For 77, the only options you're going to find from Sony are the A9G Master Series, which is a 2019 model. Beautiful TV, very expensive, but you have to go, with the A80J, which I have in the next room and on the channel. You can check it out. The A80J is a good value as well. There's also the C1, but if you like Sony, the 77 A80J is excellent. So hope that helps. Hit me up in any of the comments if you need any help. 22 of you left. You know what? So you're going to have to go with the G1 if you want that. If you want the ASCT 3.0, you're going to have to go G1 or G. They didn't have a 77-inch GX, did they? Did they have one last year? They did. They have a GX from last year. Keep in mind, though, Sheila, they're going to have the ACST. So they're going to have an adapter as well that you'll be able to plug into any TV. So don't base it purely on that. But if you want to go with that, you're going to have to go for the G1 at 77 inches, which is the same price as the A80J, a little more expensive. But yeah, so if you want that, the antenna for over the air, you're gonna have to go with the G1, not the C1. G1, the GX has it as well. JMacD, is blooming inevitable on all OLEDs? Yes, it is, unfortunately. It is, JMac, simply because in order to really handle it, the amount of zones that's needed, in my opinion, would make the panels just way too thick. Even the Z9D was thick in comparison to what we have now. Mini LED for me is primarily it's primarily there just to sell TVs and make the panels thinner. It doesn't really help with light control. Kung Fu Kenny, I thought you were bouncing, bro. Best Sony LED of all time to me is the Z9D. contrast ratio, and black level. The Z9G was amazing, 4,000 peak brightness, but I love the Z9D. Best TV for hockey is a Samsung QN90A, which is an LED. The reason OLEDs aren't good with hockey is it's all white. White shows a little blue on OLEDs, and also ABL, auto brightness limiter, will dim white as it seems too bright. So OLEDs are not the best for hockey. Sheila, are you good? So for me, Z9D, though it has a slow pixel response with some heavy blurring, Terry's back. Terry, I thought you were bouncing, bro. Now the chat's going up. All right, we're hanging out all night. Bring it up. 4 hours. Let's do it. Let's start the chat over. All right. Let's do. My kids make fun of me. Hey, what's up, guys? I'm Brian from Whisperstatus 74. Welcome to the community. Welcome to the channel. If this is the first time you are seeing me, please consider liking and subscribing. We are real tech for real people. Sheila, I have the 900E. I am currently donating it to a family in need. But yes, it was my favorite Sony that I currently had. Sheila, you're bound. Sheila. Tequila. I'll see you at the next live stream. I do these once every few months, though. Excellent, Terry. All right, Kenny. All right, guys. I'm Brian at Whisperstatus 74. Thank you so much for 15,000 subscribers and 4 hours hanging out with me. You guys are amazing. Love you guys. Again, I don't think anybody really watches these videos when they're up. If they do, it will be a nightmare. We'll finish it off with a little bit of and I never heard what you thought about new Transformers on Netflix. I like the animated series. I think it's decent, Steve. I'm not really big into the whole time travel thing. Definitely a lot better than the movies. J-Mac, thank you. The Transformer films are awful, honestly. The first one was passable, I guess. Came out a really long time ago. The rest of them are garbage, but thank you. All right, guys. Love you guys. Have a great night. Thank you so much. We are at 10:34. We are at 4 hours, 2 minutes. Still 27 of you guys watching. I will see you guys. I'll be doing more content, I promise. But thanks, Terry. Thank you so much for being part of the community and family. Love you guys. And thank you so much for enriching my life. And again, for your friendship. Steve, good hanging out with you too, my friend. You guys are the best. And YouTube for me is really what it is for you. It's really about hanging out. And it's really about friends. It's about family. All right, guys. Love you guys. Have a great night. I'll talk to you soon. I will see you in the comments. Take care.